I did it again. I was muted at the start. But good afternoon, everybody. Good to see everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Here at the Stage of Reason. I am JL, and man, it's dark in my office. We have to lighten it up a little bit. Damn, you can barely see me. Good to see everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you all are well. Yep, I started out muted. I apologize. Spam had money on not muted this time too. So I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you all so much for being here at the Stage of Reason. See who all we have in the side chat today before we get started. I see Clive Wells is here with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Clive. Spam Goes here is lurking as well. Good to see you, Spam. Andrew O is hanging out in the back. Good to see you, Andrew. Bellywood is here. Good to see you, Bellywood. Long time no see, but I'm glad you're here. Thanks so much for being here. As well as Otto. Otto is here. Says someone in another chat keeps telling me that they got JL to say something nice to them or something. Honestly, I don't know what they're trying to say. They are just bonkers. Sedona something. So yeah, I've said some nice things to Sedona. Sedona, we have an issue. Sedona may be underage, so having Sedona up on the stage is not going to work. But I'm not going to like go nuclear on some kid who thinks that they have like ideas that or whatever. I don't know. They could be a troll, whatever it is. But we lack so much information there. It's hard to say like. It's hard to like come down on a solid judgment as to what's going on. So I'll just treat Sedona with kid gloves until I know otherwise. But I have to say that Sedona's kind of an odd one. Roxy's here. Good to see you, Roxy. Roxy Salo, first live event. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, Roxy. I appreciate it. Canadian Ollieman is here. Elbows Up Canada. Good to see you, Canadian. As well as Jessica Transmetal Alchemist is here. Good morning. Good morning to you. I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Yagi Chandan is here, all the way from Tokyo. Good to see you, Yagi Chandan. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. And I see Turing Test 2 is in the house. Says hello, everyone. Good to see you, Turing Test 2. Wrote an OS name as well. Long time support of the channel. Says the lights are too bright. We can still see you. It seemed like they were dark, and I'm going to have to actually probably have to plug that in because it's just running off battery power right now. So I'm probably gonna have to plug that in here shortly. I'll have to do that. I'll do that. I'll do that in a moment because it should be good for a bit. Sedona's been saying I beat JL in a debate. Sedona's never debated me on anything. That's very, very weird. See, that's why it's weird to know whether Sedona is a troll or is just, being silly. I have no idea. But nonetheless, like I said, the general word is that Sedona is underage. So we'll treat them with kid gloves until they prove otherwise. I think that'd be the best bet. And Dux is here. Good to see you, Dux. Thanks so much for being here. All right. Yes. Well, if you are new here, welcome to the Stage of Reason. This is a stage, an open stage with a link to join this panel is pinned down in the live chat. So if you're a believer, we want to talk to you about what you believe and why. Explore different topics, whether it be religion or theology, philosophy, science in general, or whatever. If you have questions for us, I will have people up here. I will have guests up here on the stage. You're more than welcome to join, and we will engage with whatever topic you are interested in. So we like to prioritize believers, but we will take non-believers as well. Like if you have questions or if you want to, make a comment or something. And of course, first timers. So like, it's kind of like Fight Club. If this is your first time here, you have to fight. Well, not necessarily. You don't have to, but if you'd like to be up on stage, you're more than welcome to join us, and you don't have to be on camera to be on the stage, but we do need to be able to hear you. So when you click the link, it'll put you in the back room, and we will do not the back rooms. It'll put you just in the back room here. We'll do a quick tech check, and then you'll be able to join us. So you don't have to worry about Captain Carl, But Javer is good to see you as well. It says, all right, full screen JL. For the time being, yes, for the time being. And Adelsong Oliveira, I'm sort of like that, says, long-time watcher, first-time live, love from Brazil. Thank you so much. Ad, I do appreciate that. All the way from Brazil. We got Brazil, we got Tokyo, and no, we got Australia, got a bunch in the States. If and Kalagonchik pops along, we're going to have Russia as well. Reverb Twang is here. Says, hi, everybody. Good to see you. Andrew says, as I say as a sound engineer, I've got good news and bad news. Good news, we can hear him clearly. Bad news, we can hear him clearly. Appreciate that. Yes. So, but yeah, that's the stage of reason. Do this twice a week, and I hope to hear from. So, I hope we have some interesting conversations today. Hopefully, I do know that the Rabid Atheist and the Line are both live right now. Um, I don't know if Planet Peterson was still live. Last I checked, he was, but he may not be. But nonetheless, I do know I'm competing with some larger channels, but that's cool. We have a lot of mutual friends between us, but hopefully we'll be able to get some good conversations. I've got the Discord chat open up as well, the Discord voice open up as well, so I can try to feed people over here. And who knows, maybe people will pop in and we'll be able to have a conversation. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Let's bring him up right quick. There's my man, the co-host himself.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing, good sir?
Doing well, yourself?
I'm solid.
Awesome.
Today was an interesting day. I thought two big things. One, I love that my hours are finally back in order, and I'm waking up at 6 and 7 o'clock, which makes me very happy. That's where I like to start my day, and I'm getting to bed on time, which makes me really happy. The medications that I'm on are like I'm feeling a lot better, just like physically and mentally, which makes me really happy. Apparently vitamin D, really, really, really important. So, but I'm feeling good there. My back is starting to feel kind of good, but no thanks to my medical professional. No thanks to medical professionals. Just me working on it myself. My wife and I working on my back myself, trying to get it back in shape so that I can get back into my regular workout routine. No thanks to my general practitioner. No thanks to the imaging area, or the insurance company that canceled my MRI. So
wow.
because they didn't cancel it, they didn't approve it. And so because of logistical shit, someone over there didn't get something over to the insurance company on time to approve the MRI. So they went ahead and they denied it, and they were going to charge me full price. So I had to cancel it. Now we got to go through the whole process again. It's just nuts, but trying to get that there. And I was working in the yard. I was working out in the front area, just trying to tidy up and just doing some landscaping, take care of the front area, just to make sure it's nice. And I, got a bunch of work done this morning and had a major success in the battle against the squirrels. I got 2 more of them out. So I got 2 more squirrels out of the crawl space area, and I've got 1 more left. So I managed to get, because the way I have it set up, I loosened up the mesh so that there was a gap in it, and that it allowed 2 squirrels to, and I was lying in wait, and 2 squirrels managed to come out. So they got out and they ran off to go do squirrel business. And then I pinned it back down and I shut it back down, not realizing that there was a 3rd squirrel in there. But I now know that there's a 3rd squirrel in there. So I'm going to have to do the whole thing again, where I open up an area of it and let them escape, let the squirrel get out, and then I'll pin it back, and then I'll be squirrel free. And the squirrel war will be over. Fortunately, it's not like Rick and Morty, where if you fuck with squirrels, you have to change realities. Oat Milk, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And yes, reverb, circadian rhythm is important. It is. So trying to keep that on track because it keeps me feeling good, keeps me feeling positive. I gave my crows a squirrel, and they brought me a mole. Intriguing. Train them to sort nuts. Yeah, they're really obnoxious. They got up in there, and I know that they were breeding in there. There's a squirrel nest up there because I know I chased out a couple of really, really small ones. It was really weird. The squirrel war bee, I knew that there was something in that area because occasionally we would hear it in the main house. And then I was driving away one day to go run some errands down in the town, down over in the town area. And I was driving away to go run some errands. And I happened to glance back at the house, and I saw a squirrel climb in through one of the upper ventilation areas. They'd chew through the way you see that you have the vents that are on the outside, and then there was screen on the inside of it. And there was obviously a hole there, and I saw a squirrel go in, so I knew it was squirrels. And then the war began when we kept hearing this high-pitched squeaking that was coming from somewhere. We weren't sure where. It was where is that high pitch? It was high pitched, but it was kind of faint. And we're where does that squeaking coming from? And we kept looking around, we couldn't find it until eventually we did find it, and there was a baby squirrel that had fallen out of the crawl space area into like the storage space and couldn't get back up. And so that's what it was. It was like freaking out. So because it was trying to find a way to climb up, but it was too small. And so I finally managed to get him out and got him. And that's the first time in my life I've ever actually like had a squirrel on me, like a wild squirrel, climb on me. And then I managed to get him outside and get him to one of the large trees we have out front. And he ran up that tree and he did his squirrely business. And that was the beginning of the war. And now, slowly but surely, I'm getting the squirrels out. So I've chased three. I carried one out, chased another two out, and then I tricked two of them by them leaving, and then I pinned them out so they can't get back in. And now I have one left, I believe. So there were 5 squirrels up in that crawl space area, and I've got to get it done because I'm sick and tired of there being squirrel poo and squirrel pee everywhere. So I got to once they're out, I got to go in there and clean, which is going to be that's going to be a fun job. Living in the country. How much fun. Oh yeah, Yagi, we get the cicadas every September. August to September, the cicadas come out and we get them in the millions. And my dog, Torque, is a blackmouth cur. Cicadas are delicacies and he loves them and thinks that they are just manna from heaven. And he will eat them. Actually, he savors them. He holds them in his mouth as they you can hear them brrr, like buzzing, and apparently he just enjoys that. And he'll lay down in the backyard and just hold them in his mouth while they brrr, until eventually he gets tired of that, or they get soft enough, and then he just eats them. Or sometimes he'll just be like and he'll just devour them until before Oso can get to them, who's the German Shepherd, before he can get to them because he loves them too. And he learned to love them from Torque because Torque will just devour them. So, manna from heaven. So he loves them. Yep, squirrels are wild. Back when I was in Texas, my mother and in my parents' place, my mother went to replace the dishwasher because the dishwasher just conked out. It was an old unit, and it was just it was time to get another one. So when they were pulling the dishwasher out of the wall, they were pulling it out of the cabinet space, pulling it out of the cabinet space. And when they pulled it out, like acorns went everywhere because apparently there was a squirrel that had been nesting back there and was storing all of their acorns. So I think it was 20 pounds of acorns came spilling out from behind the dishwasher where the squirrel had been nesting out. So, and I have no idea how many acorns are probably up in that crawl space because eventually I'm going to have to go up in there and do whatever. So I got to replace the drywall up at the drywall ceiling in there because it's pretty old. I got to replace that, and just redo it. I'm, just so I can do something better with that space. But nonetheless, it's a lot of fun, doing that. So yeah, other than that, it's just been what about you? What about you, Andrew? Any exciting adventures?
Quite on that side, home life is super stable, apartment living in my side.
Fun.
Yeah, it's pretty stable here. Trying to get out, hoping to get out and active, keep failing, keep booking more and more business commitments during weekend time. So I'm going to watch another summer get pissed away, right?
Super fun.
Well, it's the life you choose, right?
It is. It certainly is.
Yep.
Well, we haven't had anybody pop into the Discord yet, and I'm hoping somebody pops in soon. Hopefully we can get somebody up. That would be a lot of fun. I actually don't have a video selected today as to one that could possibly be reviewed because I was really hoping that we would have some people wanted to come up on the stage and have a conversation. So I was I may have been foolishly banking on that, which is kind of a bummer. I may have totally screwed the pooch on that one. Oh, you surprised. You popped in. I thought it was somebody there, but it was Andrew.
Yeah, I doubled the population count.
Oh, dude, batteries in the house. Hey, good to see you, AA. It says, someone prove it. Yes, please, someone please prove it. Good to see you, Battery. Hope you're doing well. And I will say this. We can go and get some plugs out of the way. So obviously, we do the stage twice a week, and just the and Krakatoon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And hopefully, we're still trying to build the channel. So like definitely anything that y'all can do to help push us on the algorithm. Like the stream, dislike the stream, leave a comment. Help those are really, really helpful things. And of course, if you dig what having these conversations, if you dig these kinds of streams, hit that subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button and push us forward. I know I'm like 20. I know that Bridge the Divide is 26. I think it's like 26 away. It keeps going up and down. Nope. Now it's gone down. So now I'm 32. So now I thought it was like 26, but apparently I lost for it. I've just been hovering all over the place. But yeah, I am 32 away from 15K. 32 away from 15,000. So hopefully I can get there. It's killing me. It really is killing me. What is this comment that I got? Biggest problem with this video is that I spend far more time attacking Darth's personality tone, and moderation practice than he does addressing Darth's actual transcendental argument. I did. Big time. Yes, how is there no God is a terrible question. I'm looking at a comment that came in from someone named Sierra Hack. This is when I was addressing Darth. It was the only video I did about him. Because it was focused on him. I was just deconstructing the guy. And that is a massive comment. That is huge. And really, really weirdly formatted. Like, this is strangely formatted. This is a weird comment. I wish I could like show it, but I can't. But the problem is, okay, I'm not going to get into all the deal. That's just a very, very weird comment. But that just struck me because it's fucking enormous. It is so big. This is so dumb. And I don't have time to respond to all of it. So this is true. Darth has always pussied out on any forum that if he doesn't have mod control, then obviously he's going to dip out. Yeah. That's why, yes, Spam, his argument is empty. It's philosophically bankrupt, which is why the vast majority of that video was me deconstructing him and why. And when you combine my deconstruction of him and then my deconstruction of Cornelius Van Til, then you begin to understand why Darth is the way he is. Because Gary is a deeply antisocial human being. So Gary's a deeply antisocial human being. Gary is also, I would say, and this is not like a formal diagnosis, I'd actually need more data, but exhibits extremely narcissistic traits, or traits that align with what would be diagnosed as narcissism. Potentially malignant narcissism, given how extreme his rhetoric goes, but that could simply be because of the internet. He may not actually be that way in real life, like in public with a stranger, or like if I were to walk up and meet him, like he wouldn't be that way in my face. He would be that way behind closed door. He could be that way behind closed doors with people that he feels comfortable with, that he's already established dominance over. So, but the people in his orbit are narcissistic supply. That's all they are. And so that's the whole key. And if you understand where Van Til was coming from, whereas Van Til was never quite the a-hole never quite the asshole that that Gary ever was. Gary's a Titanic asshole. Van Til himself was not like that because Van Til shied away from confrontation. Whenever things got too difficult or got too tough for him, he ran away. He ran from institutions back to church. He ran from churches, when things became too progressive, until eventually he just established his own school, the Westminster. He established his own foundation, and then that was it. He's like, if I can't be basically, if I can't work for anybody out there in the public sphere or in the in the private sector, I'm just going to make my own opportunity, and that's what Westminster was. So because he didn't deal with confrontation well, like he was too passive aggressive, and so. But if you understand the reasoning behind that, the iron-fisted, almost neo-fascistic argumentation behind that's kind of the foundational ideology behind presuppositional apologetics. If you understand where Van Til was coming from and the inspirations that led him to that kind of thinking in order to try and establish a philosophically bankrupt argument as being the thing that's going to hold people in the faith or keep them from leaving, then you understand why why such thinking is attractive to people like Darth, because his foundation is already there. He's antisocial. He's effectively authoritarian, and he's narcissistic. So you can see why that kind of translates to an individual like him, why it translates to an individual like Bonson, why it translated to other people around him. But even people like Jay Robin and Otangelo and them do not exhibit the extreme antisocial traits that Gary does, which is why they eventually fall off. Because he eventually shows that he's too much for any of them, and the asshole will eventually die alone. Alienated his family, alienated all his friends, and now he's alienated virtually all of his internet people as well. So,
you know what the real irony is? He calls himself, Darth Dawkins, but you realize he'd make a really shitty Sith because he can't even support a second person. There's not enough room for that.
That's true. He cannot align by the rule of two.
Not even.
He cannot vote. He cannot work within the rule of two.
You know what this means, right? Your failure is complete.
Yes.
And of course, you know why Darth is the way he is, right?
I mean, a variety of reasons. Okay, you may know something that I don't.
There's an overarching reason. Because this is what they do.
Oh, that's true. From what I gathered, from all of the information I was able to gather, and everything I was able to, confirm in my investigation of Darth, when I was diving into like figuring out who the guy was, and I was running background reports, and I was running, and talking to people who like knew him. The best that I could possibly confirm is that in his life, things began to take a turn, as life often does. As many of you in the live chat have sometimes encountered, life is a series of ups and downs. It's it's a roller coaster. You have you have your ups, you have your downs. And Darth, being a fundamentally insecure human being, which I don't know the reason. I'm not going to speculate as to the reasoning why. Probably has something to do with his mother. But I'm speculating there. But nonetheless, Darth being a fundamentally insecure human being, those major downs began to eat at him in a way that was probably he was ill prepared for. And so, like, emotionally prepared for. And so the driving force behind behind his rhetoric, I think emotion, and this is me kind of like going on a limb. And I'm not saying that this is definitively, I can't say that this is definitively the case. Just in my experience and my education, I would hazard this is possible. This is most likely the case. Darth sees non-believers or people who are not aligned with Christianity as he views it is, as having lives that are better than his own. He views himself as a devout soldier for God, for his God. Like, he's a devout, bloodletting soldier for his God, going tooth and nail, to try and save people. The view of him be damned. Like, how people view him or his reputation be damned. He, in his eyes, he's putting it all on the line. He is sacrificing himself for the play. He's going hard in the paint, and he doesn't care what anybody thinks about him, because if he brings one person across, he's successful, no matter how it makes him look. Okay. That's where Darth's mind is. But he's failing, and he sees that. And he continues to lose things in his life. Things keep getting taken away from him. People keep leaving him. And his life is progressively worse and worse and worse by comparison. Like, for example, I own my own home. I own my own car. You know, I'm self-sufficient. I'm self-employed. I make enough money to do the things I want to do. I'm married. I've been married for over 20 years. You know, my life is fantastic. And Darth's is not. Yet I'm a non-believer, an unrepentant non-believer in his eyes. You know, blaspheming the Holy Spirit all day long and shit like that. So in his eyes, I don't deserve all the things I have. And he doesn't understand why I have them. You know, how is this? And that's a thing he can't reconcile, is how can my life be so positive when he has lost so much? And he can't get his head around that shit. So I think Rodent, I think it has devolved into that. And I don't think he's self-aware enough to recognize it. He still thinks that he's trying to say that he's trying to save people. And the reason he's unsuccessful is because all of us unrepentant, you know, immoral monsters. That's what it is. But the underlying thing is he wants to win arguments, because whenever he wins an argument, it validates and makes him feel good, or whenever he thinks he does. But he can't win one unless he has mod powers and he can shut the other person down.
Yeah, this is where my view kind of takes the other side of the coin from what you're referring to.
Uh-huh.
So rather than thinking that he devolved to this, I would suspect it's more like he's lost so much personal control over his life, and
it's compensation.
Yes, and that his views on things, so many things, for instance, like the impact it's had on his family,
right?
That basically people can't see it his way, so he needs to kind of. I would see this as a potential attempt to assert how correct he is on things. So it's not about winning the converts, in as much as long as there's anybody buying into it at all. He doesn't need the individual converts so much as any kind of justification that he knows what's what, that he's right about things, that he's in control, because he doesn't have any of those things in my mind. Through what's exhibited in his life. So this would be just a way to exercise that, to give him a sense of control and justification where nobody else acknowledges it.
What's up, Jay?
So, speaking of Darth Dawkins, did you guys see Tom Rabbit's recent one?
Yeah, I caught about 3/4 of it. When I got distracted by something else, but it was pretty much him going off on a Christian who is very, very, I would say, amicably trying to address his behavior.
Well, the thing I found interesting about the little conversation was that when he, for those of you who didn't watch it, spoiler alert, he told the other Christian that he said, he goes, I present the questions and communicate in a very accurate way, right? But his whole point is that if you're a Christian, if you're not accepting of the Jesus worldview, then essentially everything descends into chaos and absurdity.
Right. And
so he's dealing with non-believers, people who hold to a position where they do not believe in Jesus, they don't even believe in God or gods, whatever, or they're not convinced, whatever their epistemic position is, right? So as far as he should be concerned, their worldview is just nothing but chaos and absurdity. So how can he expect them to understand his accurate questions? He's presupposing that they have the knowledge to accurately perceive that he is accurately asking them. He's accurately phrasing his questions in such a way that they have no other way but to answer them a particular way to corner.
Oh, no, I think he covers that, because in his eyes, we all know a God exists. We just deny it in our unrighteousness. So it's like we're just saying. So it's like we're all just liars, is what we are.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, and that's when you try to get him to have that conversation. Are you just saying that I'm a liar? because that's not the philosophy that you're pushing. You're pushing some kind of weird philosophy like our epistemic position will change the very ontology of how we deal with reality in and of itself. Like the ontology of reality will basically devolve for the non-believer into chaos and absurdity if we don't have this epistemic position on the existence of Jesus and his salvation and all that shit. That's the stupidest thing on the fucking. Again, he doesn't. He had a Christian confront him about this, where he was like, "You don't know the fucking difference between ontology and epistemology because you keep doing a bait and switch."
And Tom Rabbit's been pointing that out to his face for as long as I can remember. And I think that the way he tries to mask it is that we as an atheist, it will just take me for example, is that his claim is that I know a God exists and I know these things are true, but I deny them in my unrighteousness, in my lust for autonomy and to be my own kind of God, because I'm in love with
that's the other
like this. And so I'm denying that while still knowing that it's true. And then I am adopting a framework that I can't defend because it would just devolve into absurdity via the reductio ad absurdum. But I'm adopting that, and I can't, and I'm adopting it and saying that this is what is true, even though I know it is a reductio ad. It reduces to absurdity, while still holding surreptitiously to this epistemology that is established, that is validated by knowing that the God exists. So the entire thing, in his eyes, is a lie. The whole thing is a lie.
Because don't you need your? But here's the thing, because I know he has that problem with autonomy, but based on the position that, based on what you're saying, it sounds like he's actually insinuating that you do need your autonomy to come back to the right side of things, at least in his mind, right? You would need your autonomy to realize that you're lying to yourself, that you know what it is true, and come back to what it is that you know to be true, right?
I think it's that I need to recognize that in order to reason that he is correct and to understand why he is correct, I need to acknowledge that that what he's presenting, like his epistemic framework, is accurate. And so, and I need to divest myself of my lie and submit myself before his God.
But does that require autonomy? Because he got into an argument with what's his nuts? Who's that other guy? Why am I blanking? Smokey Saint. Because Smokey Saint was kind of held to this idea that, no, Van Til doesn't have a problem with autonomy. And Darth Dawkins was saying, oh, fuck, yeah, he does. Because I guess it was like Darth's Calvinism was fucking with him. It's like that whole kind of thing. Like, once you're this kind of way, this is the way that you are because you haven't been redeemed by the Holy Spirit. His precept and his Calvinism, I don't think he has really figured out how to reconcile them. I know my brother's done better videos where he's talked about this, and I've not always kept up with Darth Dawkins shit. But whenever I watch a video where he starts talking, like, one of the things was, I could have swore he said something about, when I ask him a question, they won't give me a cogent answer for why it is a God doesn't exist. And then another time he said why a God can't exist. And I'm like, which one do you want? Because can't goes to possibility.
Or how is there no God?
That one question.
Too. Which is just the most asinine fucking question that one can ask. As a matter of fact, the person who commented on that video, this is an old video. This video is years old, and they commented on this as a massive, huge comment. The first thing was pointing out, Darth asked the question, "How is there a God? How is there no God?" And if you break that question down, it is a fundamentally asinine question, because it's about because he's assuming that there's only one version of God. He's making the same mistake that Pascal made. So we're not addressing the different God concepts, because in his eyes, all of those are false, and there can only be this one. And so if we need to address that one, then we need to address whether or not it can exist per basic logic. Is like, but then again, if we try to invoke it, like if I try to address his God and say like, well, what attributes does it have? And he gives it like the all great making attributes, whatever the fuck that means. And then of course, but he'll say it can do this, it has this and has this. And those entail logical contradictions, obviously. And then the problem is that if I invoke logic in order to say that those things are contradictory, and if your God is defined in a contradictory manner, then your God cannot exist. So that answers your question. How can there be no God? Well, the God in question is the one that he's invoking as the one that's the only one that could possibly exist. And I'm saying that it can't because you've defined it in a logically contradictory way. And then he'll attack my foundation for logic. But then we get into the regulatory theory versus necessitarianism issue, whereas I could say it's an analytical language that is subjectively derived from an observation of objective reality. And then he just throws it out. It's like, but you can't trust your senses. And I'm like, I can to a probabilistic degree, which is why we all agree on this language, and that we will change the language.
And he's appealing. And he's
in the event that we have evidence to do so. Is where I was going with that. So
yeah, exactly. And he's appealing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
I cut you off there before you were done with your thought. But he's also already presupposing that you already have the knowledge of the things that he's talking about. He presupposes your knowledge of English. That's the worst thing, by the way. Whenever I've had these junior presuppers that are Darth acolytes, like challenge me in a live chat, the first thing I do is I go, well, they go, well, how do you know anything? I'm like, you already know I know English. Why are you presupposing that I know English? And they go, what? And I went, see, you did it again. You just presupposed that I understand what that question is.
You're presupposing that we can have a coherent conversation by the agreement of the literal language that we are using.
You've already settled. Yeah, you've already settled the conversation. You've already settled. I have knowledge. No, I haven't. How do you know? Dude, are you fucking out of your mind? You know, you're asking me. You were even speaking in English. How do you know that I speak English and not Spanish? Well, do you speak Spanish? You just asked me a question in English again, motherfucker.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah. Tu quiero Taco Bell. Chingo tu madre. I don't care. But
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Yeah, that one's most generic shit. What was I? There was something else I wanted to.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? El queso es viejo y añejado.
It's not bad.
Este cabrón. Pinche güey.
Yeah, pinche güey. Cabrón. Chinga tu madre.
Chinga tu madre.
What was it? Yeah. There was something else. But yeah, there was that, and there was something else in that fucking conversation that was funny. But it's not important. It's just funny listening to Darth, and then he gets angry and he goes, "What do you want to talk about now, motherfucker?"
That's why. I mean, obviously, he's as Andrew was pointing out, he's annihilated virtually everything around him. There's no he's fundamentally antisocial, is what it is, and he's never going to get anywhere. And that fucker's going to die alone. Where it's going to wind up. So, as I like to say, time will eventually solve that problem.
Well, were you guys around for like when Darth's brother supposedly showed up?
I was not. No.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I don't remember everything. Jeff, my brother is more familiar with what.
Wait. I remember some. No, I was. I remember that there were emails that were being sent.
Yes.
That were purportedly from Darth's brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the confirmation was kind of like up in the air. Yeah, but this person was. It seemed believable that this person was like, oh yeah, he has some problems.
The only thing I never spoke to that individual. I did speak to some individuals doing my deep dive, and I promised them that I would not release their names, because because they were afraid of reprisals. And so to protect their identities, I promised them I wouldn't release them. So, but it also limited what I was able to say in the script that I had written for that video. And so, but I was able to hint enough in order to get my point across without revealing anybody's identity, without doing that. When I dropped that vid, Darth took that video and watched it like 6 or 7 times in his channel over on Discord when he was back on Discord, when he was, this is way back then.
Oh, yeah.
And they watched it. And they were laughing, and it was just, we had a good old time. We were laughing. It was so stupid like this. At the same time, this fucker messaged me directly and asked me, and which is with one question, like, who did you talk to? I never said in the video that I talked to anyone. I never said I went and did like this. I never said that. But the way I wrote it was very specifically alluding to things that I could only have gotten from people that know him.
Yeah.
Right. Without so it was a tough script to write, but I managed to get it. And Darth immediately messages me, and while he's live in his room going, haha, like this guy is so dumb, he's so stupid. I think I had a nickname as well. I was like the PhD of Dunning-Kruger University is what he used to call me. But he messaged me directly and says, who did you talk to? And I'm like, it was like, I can't tell you that. And he was like, bullshit, you're going to tell me right now. Who, like, what the hell, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, it's called journalistic integrity. I promised my sources that I would not reveal them because they are afraid of what you might do. So no, I cannot tell you who specifically I spoke with. I cannot tell you the individual that I spoke with. And he got freaking mad and started popping off at me. And then he threatened to pop me if he ever saw me in public.
I will not tell you. I will not tell you in a car. I will not tell you on a bike. I will not tell you.
And that was the last message interaction I ever had with Darth when he with Gary when he threatened to like unalive me if he ever saw me in public. And I was like, huh. So that's pretty intense. Yeah, and then the last time I ever spoke with him is when I invoked Wittgenstein in my response. And as I was getting through that, he just like muted me and kicked me because he knew he was cooked once I was going down that road. So, and Mystery Man, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, if only death threats were seen as a problem by society. Mostly, because they happen on Discord. A lot of people don't really take them seriously. I know that Discord, like the company says that they do take them seriously and that they should be reported, but I've had people threaten me on Discord like tons of times. I've reported all of them. All of them are still on Discord. So yeah. Whatever.
Yeah. It's always I just remember, I wish I still had that video of when I talked to Darth Dawkins. I talked to him for like an hour and a half once. And I told my brother that. He goes, when the fuck did you talk to him for that long? I was like, it was over on One Way's channel, One Way Apologetics channel. And he's like, are you serious? I was like, yeah. And it just went round and round and round. And I was being nice. And One Way actually did a really good job, kind of like moderating. And he goes, you got to give him a chance to fucking answer, dude. Because I'd go to answer. He'd be like, no, that's not where I want to hear you go. And I'm like, I don't know what you want, dude.
I found a debate the other day. I came across a debate from this really, really small channel. It's a really small channel. What is this? Will atheism destroy science? No. What the fuck?
What?
It's from Apologetics Roadshow. It's a year-old video.
Oh, I thought it might be Joel Sedecase's channel.
No, it's fucking David Wood. It's Apologetics Roadshow.
Oh,
yeah, it's Wood.
Almost as bad. Or as bad.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Apologetics.
It's hammer time. I will not let him live it down.
What do you mean live what down? I'm missing something.
Yeah, just look up David Wood.
Oh yeah, hammer time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty cringe. Maybe
no. Terrifying.
Yeah,
really.
It's real. Like he did. I think he was in. I don't know how long he did, but he attacked his father with a hammer.
Oh. Did his father deserve it? Sorry.
Well, did he earn it? Did he earn a hammer?
How was he dressed?
There was this debate I came across, and I actually commented on the dude's stream, and I invited him to come over here. His name is Robert, and he was doing a debate on his own channel against somebody, I guess against an agnostic, and But I commented saying, he says, you need to come over to my stream and have a chat, because I think you need to. I think there's some serious issues.
He needs somebody meatier to talk to than just a fucking agnostic.
Oh,
I mean,
the debate they had was just It was just garbage.
Sorry.
It was just like, I was like, this is trash. There was only like 9 people in the live chat, but I came across it at random. Was like, oh, I'll say this because it was Atheism Destroyed, and I think it's Atheism Destroyed or Atheism Defeated, or
why do they keep doing that? I don't do they even know what it is that they're saying when they say that?
Quick housekeeping thought, JL. I'm not sure if we're in between editions, but I think I'm used to the usual 8-bit little topic background here.
Yeah, I am testing something out. As a matter of fact, what we can do is
making sure it's deliberate.
Yeah, it was. What I can do is this.
Do you think that the other thing that I Killed Earl made for you is just detracting people from coming here?
No, I was getting notifications. I was getting notifications about copyright. Because
that was totally not Metroid. Okay, I don't care what they say. That is full of shit.
Because of the music that's in it, and I'd gotten multiples of them, and they're not strikes, but I don't want. But I need to. I'm doing a test, so I'm doing this stream to see if I get the same things coming through about them. So that's why it's a little bit different.
Does it say it's copyright, but it's allowed? But there's something about it's allowed to be used.
It's like content share. It's like monetary sharing. So it's like profit sharing or something like this. And I'm testing something out to see, because I don't know specifically where it's at. So I want to make sure, I want to see if it is in the new stuff that Earl made for me, if that stuff is copywritten, or if it's held by somebody else. So
yeah, because when I can't use it anymore because the way StreamYard's set up now, but the intro that Peter DeTucker made for me, the Batman themed one that he made for me, every time I used it, I got a copyright strike, but it was copyright.
Nothing.
What's that? What'd you say?
Oh, I had somebody pop into the Discord. Reject Nothing. I see you there. Currently doing a live stream over on YouTube. If you're a believer and you believe in a God or something, or if you want to be on stage, the link is over in the side chat. You can join that, and you can join us on stage for a conversation.
Reject Nothing. Does he reject Islam? Sorry, too easy.
It's Reject Nothing, Embrace Now. So
yeah, he's listed as secular, so likely a non-believer.
Currently, right now, I've got a little over 30. We're currently live. I know that there's some other very much larger channels that are currently live at the same time as me, but we may get some bleed over. So once those guys go offline, but we'll see.
Who else is going?
Right now,
is Justin live?
No, right now the line is live, and and Rabid Atheist is live.
Rabid Atheist? I don't think I'm subbed to their channel.
Ed Raby, great guy. Love his work.
I don't think I've ever, if I have heard of it.
He's a smaller channel. Not as much coverage per se. He's a former pastor, and he's got accreditation, which is one of the big things.
Yeah.
He's chimed in on a couple of apologias videos in order to share, that.
Does he have the rabbit as an icon? Is it RABYD, the Rabid Atheist?
RABYD, I believe that is the one.
Yeah. Okay.
So. Yeah.
Oh yeah, P is
got
live.
a bit of a pinch beard, slightly silverish.
Yep.
Yeah. Ed Raby. He's like I said, it's his approach is very solid. And like I said, he kind of came in backing up JL when he was being attacked by other people with credentials for the fact of not having them. So it's like going, hey, you don't want to attack the ideas, then here I am backing them. So you want some scholarship to back it? Now it's a fight. So he's he doesn't have the following but he's got the paperwork, and he's willing to
He's
stand.
got 5 points. I mean, he's better than my channel. He's 5.78K subscribers. I'm only at 486.
You have a channel?
If you want to call it that, sure.
Yeah. You know what I've got? I've got a non-animated image. That's my avatar.
And
Neat.
good to see you, Juggernaut Jared Reed. Appreciate you being here, as well as Ryan Murphy. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And Krakatoon, yes, I was talking about Ludwig von Wittgenstein. Specifically, the what I was invoking was how he acknowledges or how he addresses knowledge and truth when like basically per the inability to eliminate certain logical propositions or certain propositions and unable to eliminate them logically, that we can establish them as being knowledge and truth and not being absolute simultaneously, so that knowledge and truth do not have to be absolute in order to be considered knowledge and truth. You can establish probabilistic certitude based upon prior probabilities. So that was just the key right there. It's like, I can be certain that we are as close to truth as we can get, given the evidence we have access to, without going beyond that and acknowledging that I can't make an absolute statement here. But just because I can't make an absolute statement here doesn't mean that it's not possible to get to an absolute statement, and that we don't need a God to get there, because we just have to shift the metaphysical view of like what reality is, which is not problematic, which is something that is either Darth doesn't get or he knows, and that's why he muted me and kicked me the minute I started invoking that shit, because he knows it's a defeater. He cannot justify his claim that a person who is an atheist like a non-theistic worldview devolves into absurdity simply because we're simply holding different metaphysical positions than his own, and because he can't show a certain metaphysical position to in fact be the case, he's basically arguing on speculation. If I hold this metaphysical position to be the case, then XYZ. Okay? And if XYZ, therefore God exists, which is why his shit is fucking circular. My worldview doesn't do that, because I work bottom up, and mine is probabilistically certain, but I can change it if evidence is presented that would warrant that change, which makes mine intellectually honest, parsimonious, and not logically fallacious, unlike his. But he can't deal with that, which is one of his big problems. Joe, Wittgenstein was a nerd. He was a nerd. He was a big nerd. And D to the Dubs, good to see you as well. Says, what another nice day to not believe in a deity. Yep, that is true. But yeah. So I found the guy. And sorry, it was Atheism Defeated was the name of his channel. And Robert Bola?
Oh, I think I've seen that channel.
Robert Bola. He kind of looks like the bald guy eating chips gif. You know which one I'm talking about?
Bald guy eating.
The Cope Harder gif.
Cope Harder? I don't think I've even seen that one. Oh wait, I think I know what one you're talking about. Vaguely though. What's it called? Chip
guy gifs. Yeah, it's the chip guy.
Atheism Destroyed?
No, atheism defeated. At Atheism Defeated.
I think I've chatted with that person before. Robert yeah. Nope, this isn't the same person. Kind of looks like a bit of a pinhead, but oh well.
Is this guy? He kind of looks like him.
Yeah.
He kind of looks a bit like him. I was like, it's impressive how much he kind of looks like him. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, that's the guy.
You beat me to it by a second there, damn it. I was already digging.
Get faster.
I was surprised at how much he kind of looked like him. But I asked a couple of questions in the live chat. The host that they had didn't really know how to read. So those questions didn't really come across very well, but he also didn't answer them. So like at all, like he completely, like I asked the question. It was like, I was like, I think one of my questions was, I think you would agree that there is no position that cannot be held as true using faith alone. understanding this, do you think that faith is an appropriate tool for epistemology?
Mm-hmm.
He addressed nothing of that. Like he went off on something. It was like because he confused because I don't think he understood what epistemology was, because he started talking about belief, and like, we're not talking about belief, we're talking about knowledge, because that was the question: is faith a reliable tool or an appropriate tool to use to establish a knowledge claim? Is essentially what I was asking, and he went straight off into belief, that the belief is justified, and I'm like, not what I asked. So, or that the belief was rational.
I don't even think. I don't even think the position. I don't even think where he was going to go with that was even justified.
He started off by saying that
position.
God would that believing in the God concept was a properly basic belief, and I'm like, that was the first words out of his mouth. God is a properly basic belief. That is not what I asked. I asked about how would you use it to, like, you're making the statement that the God exists. Like, that is a statement that you know to be true. That is a proposition you know to be true. How do you establish that? But if your only tool there is faith.
But aren't properly, because that's in foundationalism, right? The properly basic beliefs.
Yeah.
I think it's also, I think coherentism adopts some of it, but yeah, I don't know how you would
invoke Plantinga as well. He was kind of like regurgitating Plantinga badly, and that's how I knew it was trash.
If God is a properly basic belief, then there is no revelation for God. There's no natural and special revelation for God. He's kind of refuting scripture then.
There's a problem with the term proper in there, though, because the criteria for this requires that, proper is being defined as rationally justified and appropriate to hold. So apparently we're back to having to provide justification.
Yep.
It's like properly basic belief. Maybe I have a dog. What's the evidence? And I'm holding the dog. The dog is proof of the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's misusing properly basic beliefs.
Yeah.
No surprise.
I think he's trying to use it as a brute. I think he might be mistaking that for a brute fact. God is a brute fact. But I still don't even think that works, unless that was a mistake. I don't know.
No, it's more like it's obvious, and I don't have to do the work. That's what this is.
So it's self-evident.
It's
a self-evident. Yeah, so it's a self-evident claim. It's an appeal to self-evidence. Okay.
Yeah, and even the word evident kind of says something.
Yes. Yep. It does a lot of work there. Yep.
It does a lot of negative work. See, when it says plain or obvious, clearly seen or understood. So nothing is seen. Nothing is obvious. All those properties you describe, any description you give of the thing requires justification that you know that it possesses such properties.
Yeah.
And each one of those dissolves.
Yeah. I used to have a basic like thought exercise that I took Jill through it one time, and he had a hard time with it. And I asked him, I'm like, I just asked him, like, can you believe me when I say, I tell you I have a 65-inch TV wall mounted on my living room wall? And he goes, I don't know. I didn't ask you about knowing. I asked you if you can believe me when I tell you that I have a 65-inch Vizio TV. And it got so bad. Jill ran from that shit. It was a very rudimentary epistemic thing.
Hold on. That's JIL, Jesus is Lord.
Yeah, Jesus is Lord.
Rebuke, also known as rebuke and reproof. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're really close to JL there. It's the emphasis on the syllable.
Yeah. Sorry.
All good. I'm just going like, I expected better.
Hey, it wasn't me. No,
it wasn't this. It wasn't this Jill. It was the other Jill.
Cold-blooded.
I'm saying JL just shorthand. Jill. No, this is the other Jill with a little I in the middle.
Well, Juggernaut Jared Reed did send me something. And good to see you, PhD Tony and Geo Sam. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Cracka Tony.
The Krakatoni has arrived. I also and Jinju. Good to see you, Jinju. I did put a comment on that guy Robert's his latest video. I did say, it was like, hey, I'm live. You should come over and you should pop in. You should pop over here. That would be awesome if he did. I think that would be hilarious.
We both know he sent a video of your dog pooping doing with a bag full of evidence. Or along with a bag full of evidence, quote unquote. I've actually used that one too. I asked somebody, I'm like, if I step into a pile of shit, do I automatically know where it came from? And they went, what? I'm like, well, when you're talking about like, like when it's like, especially when they say, well, it's like, they go, oh, the trees. Where do you think the trees came from? I'm like, I don't know. And then I'm like, are you thinking like I should be thinking about trees like I think about like a pile of shit in my front yard? And they go, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, like if I step in a pile of shit that's in my front yard, and they go, well, obviously it's dog shit. I'm like, why would I know that it's dog? How do I know that it's dog shit? And I went from there.
Obviously.
Yeah, I was like, well, I was like, I obviously put it under a microscope, looked for chunks of fucking, I'm like, oh my God, they're giving them Costco brand dog food. What the fuck is wrong with them? But no, the conversation. Those ones I always get kind of a kick out of. It's kind of like my whole precept thing when they ask me how I can know anything, and they're asking me in English, and I go, no. You already think I do know something.
So Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me a vid from Clarified Mind, from the channel Clarified Mind, and Clarified Mind has 130,000 subscribers. They apparently they explore complex philosophical, psychological, and histopolitical questions through AI-powered debates. The goal isn't about AI, though. It's about us, humans. By engaging with ideas through highly structured discussions, we become better thinkers and debaters, better humans, essentially. Let's see kind of some of the stuff they've done. What is this? Jubilee Spectrum, but it's Jubilee Spectrum, but it's Psychologist, featuring Carl Jung. So it's Carl Jung surrounded. And then Morality AI Debate is Morality Objective AI Debates. Albert Camus debates Marcus Aurelius. Gender Debate, Biology versus Social Construct. Epicurus versus Schopenhauer. Andrew Tate versus Nietzsche.
Oh.
Aristotle versus Confucius. Machiavelli versus Aurelius.
JL, speaking of dog shit on my front yard.
Right. Leftist versus MAGA. Albert Camus debates every philosopher on absurdism.
Okay, I liked it better when it was in the rap battle format that we reviewed at the end of one of those previous shows of ours. It's so much better in that format. Okay, that's how this deserves to play out. If you're going to AI it, okay, make it entertaining.
Nietzsche debates Schopenhauer's philosophy of denial.
Oh, you know what, JL? One of these days, I'm gonna verse myself in paraconsistent logic, and the next time I have a conversation with theists, I'll be like, look, the only way I could ever be convinced of your God existing is if I strictly go with paraconsistent logic. And they go, well.
Fucking dialetheism.
I would like to read this. Objective Ethics. Jill is not an honest or capable interlocutor. I'm glad you have grown to. I'm glad that we have that the internet has introduced you to that individual. He actually had a debate with him that was moderated by Robin Webster. Oh my God.
Objective Ethics. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Poor guy. Tony, I can't believe he opted for it. I was like, are you mad?
Yes, Jinju, I was regaling in the squirrel war stories. Yeah, trying to get the damn squirrels out of the crawl space in this storage area on my property. It's like, it's a pain, but I'm getting them. I think I've got one left. I have one left that's up there.
Get a snake.
I actually thought about that. I was like, I should just get a snake and just put a snake up in there, but then I got to get the snake out. So I just keep putting animals, animals up in the crawl space.
And that's why we have the elephant problem. Okay, now don't ask.
I believe there was a song about this.
I think it had something to do with
there was an old woman who swallowed a fly. I don't know why.
I can't.
Now, see,
wait a minute. Why did you get a mongoose for the fucking snake that wouldn't get out?
Okay, do you see any snow leopards? Okay, don't argue with results.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, oh shit! You just reminded me of the Jesus said he would be back. I don't see Jesus. Odin said he'd get rid of the frost giants. I don't see any fucking frost giants around. Do you?
What's that? Your god was nailed to a cross. Mine carries a hammer. Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Oh,
Socrates debates Socrates, but Wittgenstein interrupts him. That actually sounds kind of funny. Nietzsche versus Watts. Nietzsche debates Alan Watts' philosophy of letting go. And then you've got...
So these are all... Wait, so somebody used AI to basically debate between these, like, having,
right, yeah.
like, one AI debate as this and one AI debate as that person?
Pretty much.
Oh, that sounds like it could get fucking stupid.
And I don't know how they're feeding the AI. Like, how... I mean, are they literally training the AI with all of their works? Is how they're doing it?
I'm not sure. I know that what's his nuts. I was watching. There was like something that happened with Planet Peterson. PMars, one of your favorite people. You know, the motherfucker. Literally, the motherfucker. He was using some kind of AI, whether it's Chat GPT or Google AI or whatever, and he was actually telling Darth that how he was responding to Planet Peterson in a chat was basically by feeding to the AI, I need you to refute these people's challenge these people by using Bonson and Van Til. And so that's how the AI started formulating like these questions and these, you know, things. And Planet Peterson was like, he's like, oh, you're using AI? That's so lame. And I'm like, Planet Peterson, dude, did you ever think to like take his shit and then run it through ChatGPT and then just at ChatGPT or whatever refute it and then just post the responses? You can do that all day long.
We can't forget this. This one. All presuppositional apologists and young Earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. I was really frustrated when I said this.
I
was.
I know. I just watched this the other day with my brother, and my brother was like, he's like, yeah, this is just, I was like, man, he walked right into that like a fucking just.
I was really frustrated when I was in this conversation with you. Like this had gone on. This conversation had been going on for close to 45 minutes, and I was really frustrated. For example, premise 1: all presuppositional apologists and young Earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2: PMars is a presuppositional apologist and a young Earth creationist. Conclusion: PMars has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid argument. It's deductively valid. Please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs. So that would
be a proposition.
No. Yeah, it's a state of affairs.
Okay, but what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest admission.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh, Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
Wow, dude. Well, at least he bit the bullet and just dived right in.
Where did he get the idea that a proposition is just automatically like
if the conclusion follows from it, it's automatically? I don't know. He maybe used some Jay Dyer shit. Like if it's valid, it's sound. I have no idea.
No, but he seemed to be saying like the premise in itself, in and of itself, is factual. You don't even need the argument. You just, I mean, you have a premise, and any premise is necessarily true. You have another premise. That premise is necessarily true, and if they work together, the conclusion just is true. And it's like,
true.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I showed him that one time with a fucking logical argument for why I have a rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard. And he fucking was like, that's just stupid, man. I'm like, it's still logically valid. But no, it's not, because it's not true. And it's like, validity doesn't have anything to do with it necessarily being sound. Now, does it?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Singer Soul's here. Good to see you, Singer Soul. Aloha. Appreciate you being here. And Pedal is back in the chat. Pedal, I mean, I see you like making comments. Atheists are fake. Atheists are trolling God. Obviously, it's begging the question: assumes God exists to be trolled.
Are you saying I'm fake, or are you saying that my epistemic position for not believing in gods or believing gods to not exist is fake.
Or are you thinking that we're all liars? Is that the key? Atheists sound demonic when they talk. I'll admit, I prefaced it. I was frustrated when I was talking to PMARS because he's a frustrating individual. Okay, but that's beside the point. It doesn't matter. It really, I understand that people can point out, it's like, well, why do you have to be so mean, or why do you have to take that tone? My tone is irrelevant when it comes to establishing whether or not what I'm saying is like valid. So address the substance and not the address the substance of what I'm saying and not the aesthetic.
And the syllogism that you gave, according to him, was a sound syllogism.
It was deductively sound.
Yeah,
so,
wasn't just valid; it was sound. Meaning that means it's valid and all the premises are true.
And atheists talk word salad. I don't know what you're saying there, Pedal. Obviously, you're trolling. And thank you so much, Objective Ethics, for $20 super chat. It says, warning, if you debate Jill, you will ultimately lose, even after you've beaten him soundly, because you will never get that 90 minutes back.
Mm-hmm.
He will drag you down and beat you with experience.
In the military, we had a name for people like that. They were called oxygen thieves.
Or as Team Skeptic likes to point out, you need to go out in the forest and apologize to every fucking tree for all of their oxygen that you wasted. For wasting all the oxygen that they're producing. Thank you, Objective Ethics, for that super chat. I do appreciate that. Support goes a long way. I really do appreciate that. Sir Equinox 42 is here. Good to see you, Sir Equinox. Saw Sir Equinox over at I think it was Planet Peterson's stream, or was it John Cohen's? I think it was John's. I think it was Cohen's stream. I think I saw Sir Equinox. So many different streams going on. You got John Cohen, you got Justin, you got Planet Peterson, you got Rabbit Atheist, you got The Line, you got mine. So
Justin, I gotta find. I've still been trying to find this one from Justin Cohen where he was talking. He was talking to somebody about slavery. He could have done such a better job. It was so cringe. I was like, oh, John, he can do way better than this. But like, it was not. I mean, he did okay, but it was like, no. I just kind of sat there with that. I was kind of like envisioning that Dave Chappelle skit where he's like he's playing Prince and he's got that look on his face,
Juggernaut Jared Reed, I actually say that God is a human concept. Humans are fallible. Therefore, God is fallible. I would actually say off of that first premise, God is a human concept. Humans are fallible. Therefore, it is possible that the concept is false. That it could, if you're trying to establish whether or not the concept is true or false, so it may need to require. I'm not saying it works as a syllogism, but the idea thing you're going along is that because humans are fallible, it's possible that humans could be wrong about the proposition. Because that's what that premise is kind of going with. It's kind of like if humans are fallible, and that means that we could be mistaken about an outcome or a conclusion that we're deriving. So I think that
I have a pretty rudimentary justification where I tell somebody that I know of God concepts, but I don't believe that the concepts of these gods comports to anything that has been shown to be actual. So because everything that we do, I mean, the dog is a concept, cat is a concept. The thing is whether or not, and normally we have the thing in and of itself first, right? It's called what they call that object concept relationship kind of thing. And that sometimes becomes a problem when it comes to gods. In fact, it was interesting when I was reading Stephen Kaplan's book, Does Santa Claus Exist? It's a little small book. He talks about that object concept distinction. So yeah, it's not always really a good thing to just say, God is just a concept. You can actually dive into that a little bit more. In fact, I was doing that with Nate, the lawyer, years ago, and he thought I was kind of doing that same thing. But what I was doing was I was sussing out kind of the exact thing that I just said. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not just saying it's a concept. What I'm saying is I know the concepts, but I'm not seeing anything that's in reality that comports to these concepts. And I was drunk at the time, go figure. And so a lot of times Nate and I were just talking over each other, but Ozzy heard the conversation. So Ozzy sent me a message and goes, I think you're onto something that most people don't and I'm curious if you study philosophy. And I said, no, I dabble here and there. And so he was like, no, that's actually pretty cool because you actually just stumbled onto object concept distinction and we're developing a justification without that, which is pretty cool. So end up having a good conversation with Ozzy about that.
Yeah, the idea of a thing is not the thing.
Yep,
It
exactly.
ain't hard.
And apparently,
Yeah,
I guess Pedal got timed out. I guess Pedal is a bot and is kind of pointless to talk to. I really want Robert to come over here. I want to have a conversation with that dude. I really, really do.
I thought he was a secularist. The other rapper?
No. The dude who had that debate. I want to have a chat
gotcha.
with
I'm
him. I want to chat with him because I really want to hold his feet to the fire on some things. The dude was just so smug in that debate, and obviously because it was his channel. But I really do. If he's got the stones, atheism defeated.
Actually, now you mention it, Andrew, I've actually met a couple theists on here, and I don't know if they were just saying it to kind of like see how I would react to it, but I asked them like, do you think you have to have the concept of a thing before you can have the thing itself? And they said yes.
Wow.
And I went, really?
So every time you encounter something new in the world, you already knew it, and therefore it's not new.
Yeah.
It was already in my brain.
Yeah.
And I just happened to find one free floating, of course.
And then they asked me, they're like, are you saying a rock isn't actually a rock? And I went, oh my. And I just said, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I just said, we're done talking. If that's where you're going, no. No. I'm not going to sit here and teach you. That's not what I do. If that's where you went, no, I'm sorry. You have more things to. Maybe you might want to just sit down with a basic AI and ask it, why am I this stupid?
Hey, BV, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Happy Wednesday to you. Let's see. He's over on. Maybe I should
but they say that their God has the entire universe in mind, so all things are concepts because omniscience. Yeah. In fact, praise I am. Was one of these kind of people. I think he's changed his position, but he was of the position that everything that exists in the mind of God. So everything was the product of God's conceptualization, and was all
God
lingering
is the
there.
ultimate solipsist.
Yep. And then when you started getting into but then he would sometimes appeal to reality as a separate ontology, as a separate creation of God's, and that God was like, intervening with that kind of thing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what are you doing? I think if it's just something he's like keeping in his head, it's this imaginary world that he just has in his mind. I don't know what creation you're referring to where he's like, where its ontology is somehow separate from him. It was really kind of funny. And whenever you tried to suss it out with him, he would get totally confused by it. I'm like, okay. And then once you got into the problem of evil with him, holy shit, that fucking pissed him off.
I messaged him directly.
Can you guys happen to hear my wife in the background? I'm wondering if my echo cancellation.
It's really low. It's I don't think it's distracting at all.
I couldn't hear anything.
I do have the echo cancellation on, but she's being boisterous.
I messaged him directly on Instagram. Like directly. Oh, somebody new. See, can you hear him, Andrew? Caesar, how's it going? No, atheist, and currently doing a stream on YouTube. Currently doing a live stream on YouTube. If you're interested in having a conversation about any of the stuff, then the link to join is over in the side chat. Because I'm currently live on YouTube. As like you see the title that says link to join YouTube stream in chat, because I'm currently live on YouTube right now. So that's where we're having conversations. The purpose of this room is to funnel people over so that we can have the conversation live. I said live. Oh, wait. How can I say Christian? Oh, because I can show that. Sure, I do. This is a conversation. No, it's like Caesar. This is a conversation. This is a conversation to be had on the stage, and I can break it down how I have a standard for truth. I don't need to do the presuppositional stuff. So it can be done. It can be justified, but this is a conversation to have over on the live stream. That's a different category. That's a different category.
He's talking to his imaginary friend, folks. Just bear with him.
I'm gonna let Andrew talk to him. Oh, he ran away.
Oh, I would have kept my mouth shut. I was getting ready to just mute, put my speaker up.
How's it going, Dead Internet Bot? Currently doing a live stream over on YouTube. If you're interested in having a chat on the stage, the link is in the side chat. We've had a few people come over, but most of them have run away. We're hoping someone will want to stick around and have a chat.
Hey, Otangela's in your live chat.
Yeah, that's something that I can explain if you're interested in having a chat about it. So, Otangelo, okay, Otangelo, I will give you this. Presup is not a good approach. Well done. You are correct. It is a terrible approach. It is philosophically bankrupt. So well done on you.
A lot of people don't realize this. I've mentioned it multiple times. When I was a Christian, it was one of the things that basically helped contribute to my deconstruction as a Christian.
Right. And that's right. Got to come on now live or go away. Where's Waldo? Good to see you. Is someone afraid to talk live? Apparently the theists are afraid to talk live. And good to see you. Where's Waldo? And Henrim, good to see you. Hola. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here. Yagi-chan says, my wife can be in a different continent and I can hear her. Shame God can't pull that trick.
Yeah, go figure.
Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. What up? And Lindsay Bow as well. Hello to you. She says, hello, all of you heathens. Smash that like button. Yeah, smash that like button. But thank you, Lindsay. Good to see you. Go ahead. Sorry, Jay.
Oh, I was just going to say, where is Waldo? If that really is your beard, that is one hell of a soup strainer.
Where is Waldo? Let me see. Mighty beard.
Yes. I can clean automobiles with that thing. Holy Spam says, holy carp. I'm agreeing with Otangelo. This is a day.
somebody check the ground. Is it suddenly cold?
Spam, don't feel bad. A broken clock can be right at least once in a day.
Not if you break it right. Don't underestimate me. That's a bad move.
You are right, Skeptic Philosophy. You are correct. At its very core, that's the whole key. And for any believers who might be hanging out in the chat, that's ultimately the key. Is that I understand that a lot of people, there's a lot of channels that like to get they like to dive into the theology of things. Justin's very, very good at it. A number of other channels have people that are really solid at diving into the theology. But the key thing on the theology for me is that theology itself is the study of the nature of a God. So if you're diving into the theology, like interpretations of the text or, whatever, like if you're, however it might be, like hermeneutics or any specific claims, you're arguing within the scope, you're arguing within a category as though the God that it's prefaced on is like, if that God exists, we're going to talk about the theology. For the theology to be true, the God itself must first necessarily exist. Otherwise, if that God doesn't exist, then the theology we could effectively just call it mythology. Okay? It's just myth is all it is. It's things that are made up about things. It's literally talking about the theology surrounding Odin. okay, or the theology surrounding Quetzalcoatl. All right. You don't see Christians diving into the theology of Mesoamerican civilizations. They don't dive into the theology of the Aztecs or the Oaxacans or the Mayans. Okay. So because they don't hold that those gods exist. No one has established yet that the Christian God, the Christian Abrahamic God, or whatever version they're arguing for, has actually existed for all of the theological shit that's built around it to be true. So why are we diving into that? I am not a fan of giving that much leeway. I would much rather walk up to their God concept and put a bullet between its eyes. That way the theology collapses with it. Because that's so much easier. It's so much easier to just address it at the heart of it. And you recognize that very quickly that their entire worldview is predicated upon a begging the question fallacy. They hold the theology to be true because they believe that and for the theology to be true, that God must exist. They use the theology to conclude that the God exists, which begs the question. So at the very core of their worldview, they're begging the question. The worldview is fallacious at its heart. And I'd much rather address that. Like, how do you know the God exists? I address the theology. But for the theology to be true, the God must first necessarily exist. So you assume the God exists for the theology to be true to conclude that the God exists. It doesn't work that way. So, no point.
Well, there's a funny thought. Like, it depends how you use it, because you can use a presupposition in that capacity. The problem is that when you try to actually justify its existence, you're sort of working around the fact that you were presupposing it in the first place by thinking that you're also capable of justifying it. So the question is on what grounds are you actually holding the thing that you're calling a presupposition? If you had the justification, is it a presupposition anymore? So technically, they could just say, I presuppose the God, but then not attempt to try to defend it, through argumentation. They could try to provide some examples of what it may do per se, but it's a question about whether it's actually an attempt to justify.
Well, even that, even if they said that they hold that their God exists like as an axiom, like I start with the axiom that the God exists. It's like, okay, great, but then like how you're just starting from that, and then you say, okay, then I'm going to defend it, and then you claim that other things are true, but in order for those things to be true, the God must necessarily exist. Okay, so if you're just going to like hold it right there, then you have no justification. You're kind of admitting that you have no justification at all. If you just like I'm just going to hold that a God exists axiomatically. Okay, great. Part of that definition of just holding is it's like you're just holding it because for whatever reason. I want to know why it is. And if you admit that it's unjustified, then you can't appeal to anything based upon that because you're already admitting that you have no justification to do so. Okay, whereas I'm not doing that in my worldview. So why? So then we start looking at like worldviews. It's like, why would you hold that it is better to hold an irrational worldview than a rational one? Is where that comes down to. And we do have somebody in the back. Gordon Freeman is in the back, all the way from Team Fortress. Or no, is that Half-Life? All the way from Half-Life.
That's Half-Life.
That's Half-Life. Sorry, same company, Valve, but but nonetheless, Gordon, your devices are not connected. So I don't know if you can hear me, but I won't be able to bring you up on stage unless your devices are connected, unfortunately. Okay, there you go. And there's the Half-Life symbol. So, and can you hear me? Is the audio coming through? Oh, Tangela, nobody is falling for the molecular machines thing again. It's literally an analogy that you are misusing. And this has been explained to you ad nauseum. No one's interested in doing it again. Private chat.
Sorry, I just headed over to Discord for a second. Who we got in the back room?
Gordon Freeman is in the back.
I'm just throwing up some reading material in private chat. Don't mind me.
Oh, I was just wondering, like, just from what you were just saying there, JL, it sounded like he's being rejected as a known,
So
issue.
Gordon, are you? Can you let me know in the private chat if you're able to hear me, or let me know in the live chat if you're able to hear me. And 100th Monkey, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And no, proteins are not machines. Stop saying absurd stuff, Otangelo. You've been debunked on this a number of times. I don't know why you keep repeating it like a bot. Maybe Otangelo is a bot. Maybe that's why it talks like this. Gordon, are you able to hear me? I gotta check. I gotta make sure the audio is coming through, dude. You gotta let me know in the private chat or the live chat. Not sure if you'll be able to hear me though. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you're connected, can you do me a giant favor? Can you flip on? Okay, you don't need to be on camera to be on stage. Okay, I got you. Okay, you don't need to be on camera to be on stage. Can you flip your camera on real quick to make sure that we're talking to a person? It's to make sure we don't get P-bombed or anything like that. But you can immediately turn it off after you check, and we can bring you up on. It's just to make sure that we don't get P-bombed or anything like that for the security of the stage. I don't want to get the stage taken down. So.
So quiet.
Yeah, it is. Give me 1 second.
Go back out of that.
Are there not many songs about Otangelo? Is it 'cause nobody cares?
Damn, dude. Damn. fucking straight up Mean Girl shit happening up in this bitch.
That's true, Jessica. I probably do need a producer to screen callers. I probably do. But I don't have the money to pay one or to pay one what I feel that they deserve. So they would wind up having to do it for free. Okay, not a problem, Gordon.
How the hell do you even set that up? That's weird.
I mean, I can't take a shot. Let's say he says he's having to live. Let me bring him up. Gordon, can you hear me? Oh, damn, he left. I brought him up on stage anyway. Oh, well. Oh, and I lost Andrew, too.
Holy shit. Gordon came in and took out Andrew. What the fuck? He took the hit.
Hey, Dio, good to see you. Oh, was dead internet? Was that you up on stage? I just brought you up, and then you deuced out. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I've got you here. So if you want to come back on, I literally brought you up on stage, and then you left. But if you want to come back, you can. But yeah, you're more than welcome up. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll be live for a while. So if you're free, then you feel free to come back. Certainly.
Samuel Taeed seems to have a problem with Antifa.
You too, bud. Well, apparently Andrew lost all connection because Andrew left Discord as well. So I've lost Andrew on both sides.
Oh.
Samuel Taeed. Oh. Samuel Taeed actually messaged me over on Discord and claimed that I was Antifa and that a bunch of stuff. It was really, really weird. Specifically, what did he say?
Get your brown shirt out.
I advocate for deportations of ilks like you, even though I'm a United States citizen. You are the Antifa coward traitor. What the? And then I think, I can't say that. That's actually racist. So
oh, say it.
No, I can't say that. So Samuel Taeed, you got some strong keyboard warrior vibes, but unless you want to bring some up. And Brethren Lee, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Evolution has not been defeated, but if you think it has, feel free to come up on stage. We'd love to have that chat with you. So many keyboard warriors. It's like fucking Onimusha up in this bitch.
I hate the evolution debate. It's so fucking cringe.
It is
like, it's evolution. I'm like, evolution is not a fucking creation event. Like,
evolution is white racism? What? I love the shit that goes through their minds.
Neat. I did not know that.
Hey, Samuel, I resent that. I lost a grandfather in World War II. Dumb fuck fell out of a guard tower.
How would
I kid? That's
how
a joke.
That sounds contradictory. Antifa would be against Nazis.
Would be against fascism. It's absolutely silly. Okay, brethren, you say evolution is pure fraud. Okay, so please come on up.
Yeah, can you? Show it up. Yeah, I'll shut up. You just be you and JL. I won't say anything because I don't have a fucking dog in that fight.
Matthew
I don't have a
Wilkie,
problem
good
with
to see
evolution, but I don't think it's pertinent for like there's a God because evolution is wrong.
Brethren, I don't need to. Okay, so here's the big problem, brethren. And I know that you're probably not listening. Okay, but here's the key. Why would I go to a book that's over a century old when I have all of the data today? Why would I go to Darwinism when Darwin is not describing the theory of modern synthesis? Darwin was not in possession of all of the data, but we have the data now because there's been like some 140 plus years of work done in that field. So seriously, if you have something to present, feel free to present it. When you say this, when did you see some evolution? We are all waiting. I can explain that to you, but I'd rather have you up on stage and I'll explain it to you live.
Believe it or not,
you here.
Believe it or not, you're actually an example of evolution because you're a transitional form of your parents. But anyway, he also said, just to warn you, if you missed this one, evolution is cousin to the Catholic Church doctrine of discovery. So this could be another one of those. The Catholic Church is behind everything. Person.
Oh, possibly. Leophilius, good to see you. Antifa literally started as an anti-Nazi movement in Nazi Germany called anti-fascista. Anti-fascist. I can't speak, but actually, yes, anti-fascist is what it is. So very, very weird. And no, Otangelo, that is not right whatsoever. If you legitimately think this, you need to get your ass back to school. Like, seriously. Like, this is not logically entailed by any stretch of the imagination.
You got to save that. You got to save that as a clip. Oh my God.
When one hypothesis does not work and there are just two, the other is right by default. Are you insane? That is not how that works. That is a total non sequitur. What are you doing? Leophilius points out, remember, guys, Otangelo understands absolutely nothing about the philosophy of science or the structure of scientific theories. Agreed. I will agree with that. That statement he just made right there demonstrates that.
That was awesome. Concept. That's better than when he said he said something about oxygen isn't the gas.
No problem, dude. Andrew had a power spike over at his place, so he's getting his stuff back up. And no, brethren, not all processes require intelligent intervention. That's a claim you're making. You need to be able to defend that without begging the question. So if you're going, let me tell you this, brethren. If you continue to spam, the mods will handle you. The conversation you want to have is up here on stage. But I'm not going to argue with you in the live chat. That's not the point. Okay, dude. And if you really want to get hammered, I'll put in a call to Austin, and Austin will come up here and will take you to school.
But this is interesting because, brother, he says humans remaining humans is no proof of evolution. The thing is that so when you had SARS-CoV-2 and you had the first one, it's basically like him saying when you got different strains of SARS-CoV-2 over the years, right? It wasn't evolution. Right? Because it was still SARS-CoV-2.
Lee, you haven't presented an argument. You haven't given a syllogism. You haven't presented anything. You have made claims. Okay? You've made claims. Let's look at this. What claims have you made? You claimed every process requires intelligent intervention. That's a claim. You claim that, tell us one time that you saw some evolution. Reproduction happening in nature. That is evolution because you yourself are not an exact duplicate of your parents. You are a transitional form of your parents. And then your children, I perish the thought. Your children will be a transitional form of you. Okay, they will be in between. So when you have kids, and then they have kids, your children will be the transition in between you and your grandkids. Welcome to it. That is evolution. So You're making claims. All processes are like that. That's a claim. Bacteria remaining bacteria doesn't prove evolution. That's not what evolution is describing. Okay, so you don't like. You're not even talking about it accurately. Okay, it's silly. Okay, but humans were not always around. Homo sapiens were not always here. We have a common ancestor with the other members of our genus, and we have a common ancestor with other genuses. Genuses, is that right? Genuses?
Don't ask. I don't. I'm not a biologist.
But I
forgot
think
a lot of that
I think
stuff.
genuses. Or
it's one of the reasons why I don't get into these because a lot of this is just their way of like bad mouthing evolution because creation as a whole. Look, in order to have evolution, you have to have life to begin with, and the creation idea is about is literally about a God creating everything, not just living things, but everything. So when you're dealing with living things and those living things being extant, the theory of evolution is the change of those things over time, very basically put.
Genera.
Yeah.
So we share common ancestry with other members in our genus, and we share common ancestry with members of other genera or genera. Yeah. So.
Oh, Samuel Tide says, "Fuck your warnings." Woo, strong words, punk. Willing to back them up with more than just a pop leak.
Thank you, Matthew Mulkeen. $2. Genera is the plural of genus. And I slapped myself for not knowing that off the top of my head. But, we all got to learn. This is not a biology chat. If you have a problem with evolution, go talk to a biologist. I'll be more than happy to find. Austin Sims should be along sometime. If Austin's here, we'll wreck you. So, Lee, no one is. Oh, yeah. You need to come up on stage to have the conversation. Okay. If you have the stones to do so, we can have the conversation up here. All right. If you've got the balls, but you obviously don't because you've been in my live chat many times spouting your nonsense. So I will allow the mods to handle you. Okay. What you're trying to describe there, what you're thinking is like one species turning into a whole nother species is not, you're not using species accurately. Okay. You're not using species in the correct, in the biological context. You are using species when you actually mean kind from your worldview, because because that's the whole point. Species come from prior species. That's called speciation. All right. So you're not thinking about it accurately, which tells me you don't understand what evolution actually is. So we can explain this to you. It would be great, but otherwise the mods are going to handle you for spamming. And Host the Demon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And says, yes, evolution isn't Pokemon, you fucking idiot. Yep. Yeah, probably a bot saying the same thing over and over again, ignoring responses. I'm probably arguing with a bot. And it does, brethren, just not the way you think. So that's the last thing I'm going to say to Lee. So,
there's a short version.
Oh, wait, hold up. Evidence does not corroborate a universal common ancestor. Yes, it does. It most certainly does, Otangelo. There's mountains of data for it. What are you talking about? Leophilius. A creationist using the phrase "a whole nother" unironically is right on brand. It so is true.
I don't know. Did you fart on her? What did you do?
Now I think I hear Jay's other half in the background.
Yeah, she's talking to her mom, and they're both loud.
Turn up your echo cancellation.
I don't have that. I don't have that option on here.
I know.
It's just called mute.
Yeah. Now, the short version answer for the species into another species, that's not even a thing, because see, when you look at what the offspring of any given animal is, it's of the same species by default, unless you're dealing with a massive mutation of the kind I don't think there's any example of. A thing does not turn into a completely different thing. A turns into a slightly, A will have a slightly different B offspring. B will have a very slightly different C offspring. So A doesn't turn into Z, okay? All those other steps happen in the middle. So don't say A turning into B. That's bullshit.
Oh, you got Ochangelo going now, guys. Holy shit.
Otangelo's got nothing is the problem. This is old shit that's been debunked in the past. Like, he's been wrecked on these things before, so there's really no point. And by the way, Otangelo, just to break this down for you, evidence for common ancestry is overwhelming, spans multiple scientific fields. The most compelling proof comes from genetics. Obviously, if evolution was true, then what we would expect to see is that everything living thing on the planet is genetically related, and it is. So that's like the number one most compelling proof. Comparative anatomy in the fossil record. Genetic and molecular biology, we're talking things like universal genetic code, shared gene sequences, genetic typos and pseudogenes, homologous structures, vestigial organs, embryological development, transitional fossils, distribution of species. I mean, endogenous retroviruses are one of my favorites. So you're cooked on this, Otangelo, and you've been cooked because these things have been explained to you in the past. I do not know why you are repeating them here. So
the genetic code is not universal?
Oh, son of a bitch.
There are 33 variations. Good
Universal
Lord.
genetic code. Every living thing uses the same basic genetic material, DNA, RNA, and the exact same system to translate genes into proteins. The process that builds a protein in a human is identical to the process in an E. coli bacteria, pointing to a last universal common ancestor. Get the fuck out of here, Otangelo. There is no point for you being here if you're going to be intellectually dishonest like that. And thank you so much, NANA, who has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. You rock, sir. I appreciate that. And run down those. And thank you so much.
Well, Google if there are 33 genetic variations. You're appealing to Google. How about I just do this? Since you like to appeal to the search engines and probably ChatGPT. So your last claim, your last statement, what was that? When one hypothesis does not work and there are just two, the other is right by default if all the following conditions are met. There are exactly two mutually exclusive hypotheses. Yes, if it can be shown that they're mutually exclusive. But that doesn't mean in all cases, you have to determine whether or not they are actually mutually exclusive hypotheses. So the way that you put it, you're talking about whether or not there's an actual true dichotomy there. Right. It's like if I say, it's like when people seem to think that theists seem to think that if they can disprove evolution, then creationism must be true. That doesn't follow. If anyone disproved the theory of evolution today, it does not follow that creationism is true.
Let's see. Religion doesn't even. Let's see. Yeah, well, I guess the people are getting timed out and they're coming back on their sock accounts, and we just lost Andrew again because I think he's having power issues because the weather over there. Okay. So no, Otangelo. It's either God. Okay, that what you just okay. The wording you just used there is a false dichotomy. Either God was involved or not involved. Both of those, the God exists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's either whether or not he was actually involved in it or not involved in it. But yeah.
That right there is a false dichotomy. What it is because you're not presenting the other side. Either the God exists or it does not. There is no reason to think that the God does exist, and there is no rational justification to believe that it does.
Yeah, once you determine...
You cannot demonstrate that it does exist. That's the problem. So right here, just off of this, either God was involved or was not involved. Either one of those options assumes literally is working off of the God existing. Okay, you can't even respond correctly.
Yeah, and then you would have to because based on what like JL's saying, you would make that once you could establish the existence of the God, then you would basically be finding a way to determine whether or not that thing is involved in something or not involved in something. So yeah, you're kind of begging the question there.
And Vesuvian Doppelganger, good to see you.
No, the existence of God is irrelevant to it is relevant to the question because it's about God being involved with something.
Yes.
It's like saying my dog was either involved in the destruction of my home or it was not involved in the destruction of my couch. The first thing you have to you can't just say, well, the existence of my dog is irrelevant to whether or not it was involved in the destruction of my couch or not. No, the dog was very much you have to determine whether or not the dog was actually involved with the destruction of my couch or not. But the dog, we have examples of dogs existing, and we have examples of dogs being involved in the destruction of people's couches.
So, Tangelo, it is literally the most relevant thing to the question, because I am telling you for a fact the God you think exists does not exist because it is a logical contradiction. Your worldview is literally a square circle did it all.
But dude,
okay,
consistent logic. Come on,
it's logically inconsistent. It is a contradiction. It is analytically a contradiction. You've defined it out of existence, trying to make it into this like unfathomable, like, phenomenal cosmic power, and it doesn't work. Your God, the God you believe in, the God you believe exists, can't exist. So either redefine your God into a logically consistent manner or drop it entirely. I'm saying I know for a fact that your specific God that you were positing does not exist because it can't exist. You have not demonstrated that it does. You've made a bunch of bullshit claims because you don't understand science to try and justify believing in that God when it can't exist anyway.
The transition from a timeless to a
okay, once again, Otangelo, I'll tell you just straight up, you need to leave science alone because all you're doing is butchering it. And you forget this, and I've explained this to you in the past, all right? And I'll give it to you one more time. Everything in science being wrong does not entail that a God exists. And everything in science being correct does not entail a God doesn't exist. Just because there are things we don't know in science is not a justification to claim a God did it. You need to address the God concept on its own merits and stop begging the question. So, put up or shut up, dude. But stop invoking like concept or stop invoking subjects you have no clue about. And yes, there are many disputes between science and God. Many disputes. You can reconcile them in some ways, but if you want, in some ways, but no, there is not. There is not a dispute between naturalism and theism because you can be a naturalistic theist. That the God exists, it created everything, and that the way it created life was abiogenesis, the way it diversified that life was evolution. That is called naturalistic theism, dude, where every way the God interacts with everything it created is completely naturalistic. Nothing supernaturalistic. It operates completely naturalistic, which is why that God concept is unfalsifiable. It exists, but we can't determine it to be true or false because we can't distinguish its actions from anything else that appears completely unguided and naturalistic. So there's no way for us to identify what the God is doing as opposed to what it is not doing. And then if you want to claim that all things are the God itself, well, then that's not evidence at all. You're just claiming that the God is there and everything that it does is everything that we observe, which doesn't allow us to determine how exactly we're drawing that conclusion. So it doesn't work. And Skepticus, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
It said, okay, atheism versus theism. In what way? What way are you defining those? Are you defining those as epistemic positions or are you defining those as propositions? Like atheism is the proposition God or gods do not exist. Theism is the proposition God or gods do exist. Or are you going to do the epistemic one? Which one are you going with?
D the Dub says Otangelo isn't listening. Moldy cheddar for brains. Remember, he's Brazilian, so he's got a plantain between his ears.
God versus in what way though? So are you saying that these are propositions? One is making the proposition that
technically it would be theism. It would be theism versus non-theism, is what it would be. Not theism versus atheism. Atheism is simply not being convinced that a God exists. So,
well, I was going because some people kind of hold to that philosophy of theology bit where theism and atheism are looked at as actual propositions, right? Not just mental. They're not looked at as necessarily being belief positions or epistemic positions on the existence of God or gods.
Well, Otangelo, I don't care if you're Swiss Italian. You're in Brazil. You have a plantain for your fucking brain. Okay. I'm not changing my position
How
on that.
dare you insult plantains? They're perfectly good bananas.
He's got an overripe plantain between his ears. NA, thank you so much for the 666 super chat. Says, I don't know if this is relevant. According to the Bible, everyone alive is here. Everyone alive here is everyone alive is here from incest. And to me, genetically, that doesn't work. You are correct. That doesn't work, which is why apologists have to say basically appeal to magic. That, well, it wasn't incest back then. You know?
Oh, well, don't you know that God changed the genetic? He would actually manipulate the genetics at the time so that you didn't actually have the problems where the reason why incest was morally wrong was because of the problems that it would produce by interbreeding that close within, related members of the family. But God could change that. So once there was enough human beings, then God turned that ability to do that off. And so then incest became wrong. Come on, man. Haven't you talked to Darth Dawkins? It's just like there was absolutely, at the time of the flood, there were no children because God turned off all the wombs of all the evil women so they couldn't actually have children. No shit.
Oh shit!
He actually said that.
Atheism defeated. Responded. Atheism defeated. Subscribe to my channel.
Ooh, don't get cocky.
Oh yeah, don't get cocky. Don't get cocky, kid. Stay on target.
You're like the kid that found the warm spot in the pool and was like, "This is nice."
I hope that I want Robert to come. I want Robert to come on the stage. Like, okay, so he's seen it. I told him, Robert, I'm live now. You should stop by.
He said a magician doing something makes more sense than nothing banged.
Wait, what?
He said a magician doing something makes more sense than nothing banged.
So yeah, once again, like Otangelo doesn't understand what Big Bang cosmology is, and
I think he's talking about fucking. That nothing actually had sex to become what it is. Like, so God could just basically say it to him. It makes more sense to say abracadabra, poof, there's life.
Why do you keep saying that? Abracadabra. Well, it's what all the kids are saying. Abracadabra. Abracadabra, man. I don't know if anybody's seen Half Baked. Have you? Okay, Jay, have you seen Half Baked?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay, this is a bit of a wild story. So years ago, like long time ago, one of the first car I ever bought with my own money is it would cost me $400. $400 car was a 1978 Mercury Cougar XR7. And I loved that car. Loved it.
Mercury XR7?
XR7.
I'm Googling it right now just so I can get an idea. Oh, that. Yes.
Yes.
Holy, you drove that? Wow, pimp.
As a matter of fact, if I pull okay, that says that one's sold. It's blocking. It's got a big sold thing on it like this. Okay. So if I were to, it was a long time ago and it was not in this good of condition, but I can share
Angela,
this.
You're thinking about a gangbang. I'm just talking about anything fucking.
So this
not
was
a whole bunch of people fucking at once.
This was the car. And it was that color too. It was powder blue with the cream top, with the cream back. So I loved this car. So I bought that car for
Looks
$400.
Looks like Periwinkle.
Periwinkle Blue Balls.
It's Periwinkle Blue.
So anyway, that car had an 8-track in it.
Pimp.
Right? So, and it is a brick of a car, an absolute brick of a car. And so but I loved it.
He drives through schools.
one of my fondest memories of I would say my youth, because I was in my 20s, but one of my fondest memories, and I'm sure a lot of people out there might have their own revolving around a car, but one of my fondest memories is driving in that car with my girlfriend, who is now with Angela, who's now my wife. We hadn't been together that long, and it was a perfect cruising car. And so I would cruise in the car. We would cruise, and the seats were so big, she could sit with her back on the dash and still be comfortable. So she was sitting like facing me, so her back was to the dash. I was driving, and we would just chat, okay, listen to music, and smoke cigarettes, do the thing. It was like that, and just cruising. And cruising with the windows down and just like whatever on just like on a gorgeous summer day and stuff like that. It's one of my fondest memories. And the car had an 8-track, right? Now, how does this tie into Half Baked? In Half Baked, okay, there is a scene where Harlan, what's the name of the one? That one actor, Harlan. I can't remember. Or is it Lenny Harlan? Or let me see. 1 second. The guy who winds up in jail.
Oh, that weirdo.
Yeah. So there's a scene when he's in jail. Harlan Williams. There's a scene when Kenny is in jail.
He's famously he's from There's Something About Mary. Step into my office.
That's right, because you're fucking fired.
Yeah.
So Harlan Williams is in the shower. It is in the communal shower, and he's singing into a bar of soap.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
and he's singing
paranoid.
all by myself, singing that song. Okay. So we love this movie. All my friends are fans of it. We watch it a bunch. We think it's absolutely hilarious because Dave Chappelle was amazing, and those guys were all funny. And so nonetheless.
By the way, Otangela says he is not an atheist, so there is that. But sorry, I just happened to say
okay.
It was a squirrel moment.
So my car, my 78 Cougar, had an 8-track player. And my dad, and I didn't know if it worked. Well, I found my dad, when I had the car, I found my dad's stash of 8-track tapes. Like he had what it was, a brown suitcase. This like little suitcase that when you opened it up, it was full of 8-tracks.
I remember my brother and I used to play with my dad's 8-track player. We used it when we were playing Star Wars.
And so how's it going, Deck? We're currently live on YouTube, having conversations about stuff, about what people believe and why. You're more than welcome to use the link. What's up, dude? But currently live on the stage. The link is in the side chat. So my dad had this 8-track carry storage case that held like 24 tapes. It was old school. And so I was looking at a picture of it, but yeah, I found the exact same one. And anyway, we're driving, and my friend Graham is like, "Hey, you got an 8-track?" I was like, "Yeah, but I have no idea if it works." He's like, "Well, wait a minute. Oh, my dad's 8-track." So I find my dad's 8-tracks, jump in the car, and I pulled out. Now he had a combination. He had 8-tracks that were of albums, and then he had 8-tracks that he himself had recorded. So he's got mixed tracks. He's got mixed 8-tracks on there. So I take one of the first ones I grab, one of the first 8-tracks out of this full set. I yank it out of there, throw it in the 8-track player, just pop it in, and that song is the first one that plays.
Okay.
That was it. That's it, like that. So, and I found
all of that for that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's kind of anticlimactic.
But yeah, the Carmen and Rachmaninoff song "All by Myself" plays. That was the first one that was on that 8-track, on that random 8-track that we threw into the 8-track player. There it was. And we just fell out laughing because that's in one of the movies that we really enjoyed at the time. You totally killed my fucking story, dude.
I'm good at that. Sedona is in the live chat, says JL Warren, sorry I'm late, by the way. Thanks for giving me a chance last time and answering my questions, but I have my final 6th account of God Exists. I actually have 12, but can't speak on the others. Sacred.
No idea.
Were they on your show?
No, Sedona's never been live. They've been in the live chat a lot, but never been on stage.
Oh,
and
okay.
And Robert Biter, good to see you. Robert Biter, you guys suck. I listened to this in the background at work, and now every second advertisement I get in YouTube is for a church. I'm so sorry, Robert. Oh,
God is trying to tell you something. What can I say?
Come on. I know.
That's proof that there's a God.
Robert Bola's got to be here. He's got to be in the chat. Come on, Robert. I want you to come up on stage. We have a video. We have this video that we could take a look at. This does God exist? It's an AI debate. I don't know how interesting it will be. I've never checked out these kinds of videos, but
now I'm curious. This AI debate, did they do it within the same? Like, I'm curious how they set that up, because I've always wondered about doing that, like setting it up so like Google AI competes with Chat GPT Plus, and they hash it out or something. And you go, all right, you're going to take the side of Bonson, and you're going to take the side of, I don't know, G.E. Moore or something, or Hume. Have at it,
Let me see.
Here's the topic of discussion.
Let me back it up real quick. Let me see if I can find it. So does God exist? AI debates, atheist versus believer. Here is a debate between a believer in God, AI, and an atheist AI. These AI debaters went head to head to tackle one of humanity's most profound questions, the existence of God. We enlisted 5 different AI models as referees to evaluate the strength of each argument. Their task is to score each response from 0 to 100 based on 10 key criteria. The criteria also obtained from AI.
Evan Creative says, I think Grok would win the debate. Yeah, just start appealing to Nazis.
Everything good over there, Andrew?
So the 6th account of evidence is about Jesus, though, mostly, but still proves God, the spear of destiny, the spear of Longinus, Jesus' sacred blood. That's why the wars truly started.
And it's a question,
Okay. Did you...
None of that proves a God. It proves that people believed that stuff. Basically, that's evidence that somebody was convinced a God exists, but it is not evidence that a God exists. So
look, I've got Constantine on 4K. It's even a Steelbook edition. I've watched the movie a ton of times. None of it has convinced me to go back to Christianity.
God is a kid with an ant farm.
Oh, wait. It always appeals to the Roman Catholic Church. No wonder. It's leading me astray.
God is a kid with an ant farm.
He's not planning anything.
Thank you, Matthew Mulkeen. He says, I like the 8-track story. Thank you. That was a fond memory of mine.
It was a nice bit of a nostalgia, sure. But I thought it was going to be more. I thought there was going to be more something like a punchline or something to it.
Oh, come on. I know Robert's around. He's got to be around. Robert Bola.
You're really thirsting for this, Robert.
Oh, I want him on stage so bad. So bad. I really do.
The thirst is palpable.
He's got to be here. None of that. Sorry, Sedona. It's not evidence. At best, you could say that it's evidence that there were people that believed it, that believed the legends, but it's not evidence itself. So
but I do like all the little icons you used in your.
A lot of keyboard warriors. Tell you what I'm going to do
Yeah,
Before we
you've been
do
on for
that.
over 2 hours, and we've just been talking to people in the live chat.
Yeah, I know. Just trying to get somebody. We almost had somebody, but he said he actually was busy. And but I talked to him. He said if we're still live and he comes back, he's going to come back later. He just had some things he had to take care of.
I'm just waiting for Andrew to get struck down by God again. I shouldn't say got his shit. I can end up next thing I know, I have an interrupt with my Xfinity service. Oh, we've detected a problem with your network. You'll be back up in 3 hours.
My karma ran over your dogma.
Oh, wonderful. The U.S. has begun self-defense strikes against multiple targets in Iran. So I guess the ceasefire is over.
Is that what they're calling them? Self-defense strikes?
I guess so.
I think that's analogous to the story of the angel holding the guy's, wrist and using it to punch him in the face. Why are you punching yourself in the face?
Holy shit! Tom Rabbit is over in the locker room. Oh crap! Tom Rabbit's back on politics. That's pretty awesome.
He's not banned. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Come on, theist believers. And thank you so much, Matthew Mulkeen, for $5. Says, and before Sedona repeats in yet another chat, parthenogenesis does not occur in mammals. Thank you so much. No, it does not, Sedona. It has not been found. So, no, it doesn't. Sorry to tell you that.
Do you know that, ironically, parthenogenesis means that your argument can go fuck itself? Sorry. Not sorry.
And Elfin Creative, good to see you, says, if Spurs win tonight, God exists. Nice.
What about bone spurs? I've heard things about those.
They can get you out of war.
I had one.
Damn.
I had one once, but just once.
Were they even plural? Wow.
I had one once. You just reminded me of, I once thought I had mono for an entire year. Turns out I was just really bored.
No, it's like that. My mother shot. It was that Johnny Dangerously. My mother shot me once, but just once.
You lost a lot of blood, but we found most of it.
Ouch.
Let me go back to the Discord room. Haven't gotten anybody yet. Come on. Had nothing but keyboard warriors up in this bitch. I really, 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 really want Robert to come up here. He's subscribed, so I know he's there. I don't know if he's in the live chat. I don't know if he's listening.
I don't know. I was half tempted. I'm on Discord right now. I was half tempted to just start spamming your fucking.
Hold on. That'd be Robert Biter, wouldn't it?
No, it's not Robert Biter.
Okay, then not in the chat apparently.
Jverse, thank you so much. Has become a new member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that support, Jverse. And please enjoy all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge. So thank you so much for the support, man. I do appreciate that. Sedona says, Jail, is it possible that they let Joan of Arc use the Spear of Destiny because she was the chosen? But no. What are you doing?
What movie was that? I don't even remember that.
Sounds
in the
like
Joan
a
of Arc
movie.
Did she pull it from a stone?
I didn't know Bola was still producing.
Yeah. Jessica has to be off to work in 15 minutes. Have a good one, Jessica. Appreciate you being here. Cindy Sue, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. She is writing a fantastic movie, apparently. All right. Well, I can probably check right now. No, he's not in the live chat, so I know he's not listening, unless he's under a sock. and it's just Robert Biter. So, nope, not there, unfortunately. I actually challenged you both, UA Bowl, to a fight one time, publicly. Never got a response because I hated his movies so much. And Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you as well. If I didn't say hi before, appreciate you being here. Well, I guess we can take a look at that movie, or not that movie. We can take a look at that video. He's got to message me. He's got to message me back. You know what? I'll respond to his comment.
Oh, there you go. That's the ticket. Scare him. Thanks for subbing, but you're a pussy if you don't chat with me right now.
I like Rodent's Rodent last name's fanfic he's working on there. That's some solid writing in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yep. Dan.
And then
Dan.
And then Luke Skywalker gave Joan of Arc his lightsaber.
What was it? So what was some of the shit that Yui Bowl did? Didn't he do like a bunch of shit movies?
Oh yeah, just absolutely terrible. And it was mostly video game adaptations.
Blood Rain.
Yep.
Oh, in the name. Oh, he did In the Name of the King.
In the Name of the King. This is wild. So he did Blood Rain, which is objectively terrible, and it was an absolutely awful movie. But Kristana Loken, Michelle Rodriguez, Michael Madsen, Michael Pere, and Ben Kingsley.
Apparently, you can take gold and turn it into shit.
So the whole reason, he did Blood Rain, he did Rampage, he did Postal was kind of entertaining. Postal was kind of just silly fun. In the Name of the King, if you can believe this, for In the Name of the King, he got Jason Statham, Burt Reynolds, Ray Liotta, Ron Perlman, Claire Forlani, Lily Sobieski, Matthew Lillard, Kristana Loken, John Rhys Davies.
Oh, he'd do anything.
So, oddly enough, where are all those people now?
Statham. Well, Burt Reynolds is dead. Ray Liotta is dead. Ron Perlman's still working. Claire Forlani's still working. Lily's retired. Matthew Lillard is still working. Kristana Loken's still working. John Rhys Davies is still working.
Yeah.
Who else did he have in here?
I'm just saying.
Remember the guy? Wait a minute. Remember that guy you brought up to your show claiming Joan of Arc was an alien? I think what the guy meant to say was the spear of Longinus Joan was using was mystic power. That's why.
Oh, very weird.
What is Sedona taking? And I don't recommend it.
Yes, GeoSam. Burt Reynolds was in this movie. He played King Conread.
What In the Name of the King?
In the Name of the King.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst. That is.
What is it? It's a dungeon siege. It's based off dungeon siege.
It's absolute. It was.
That's
so
why we make. That's why
boring.
we make the joke. And you'll have my axe and my bow or you'll have my sword and my axe and my bow and my boomerang. Because that's what his weapon is.
Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Yui Bull is apparently producing Citizen Vigilante, Seed, Legacy, First Shift Vengeance, and First Shift Redemption.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Ugh.
German, and yes, I was about to say, PhD Tony points out German tax law has a lot to answer this. Back in those days when he was making movies, when he was churning out these terrible films, there was a way within the tax code that basically allowed them to secure half of the budget of the film from the state if they supplied a certain. I'm not sure how it worked, but basically, a ton of the money that was going into these movies was coming from the state, was coming from Germany, from the government. And so he was able to get like 50% of the film's budget secured by the government itself. And so with that amount of money, if he secured like $100,000, he would get another $100,000 from the government, and then he could use that money to exorbitantly pay big name actors to be in his shitty fucking movies. Which is why In the Name of the King had the cast it has. Which is why Alone in the Dark had Christian Slater, Tara Reid, Stephen Dorff. Plus, he also reuses a lot of actors. He really reuses. I think Will Anderson has been like virtually all of his films.
He was bribing people. So essentially, he was bribing big name actors. He was
paying them. He was paying them huge amounts of money in order to be in his movies, which is why you see Oscar winner Ben Kingsley in fucking Blood Rain.
Speaking of completely off topic, but on the topic of movies, since you're a horror fan, have you seen that one called Whistle?
Yes, I have.
Some interesting
about the Aztec deaths. Aztec, yeah. You blow on it, and it signals to death. It tells death where you are because death is coming for us all. The thing is that death can't. Death is searching.
Oh, I watched it last night.
Yeah. Well, I'm for the live chat. For anybody who hasn't seen it, the premise is about this Aztec death whistle, and when you blow it, it's supernatural, obviously. And then when you blow it, the sound alerts death as to where you are. So everybody is born. When everybody is born, death is coming after them. And whether it takes that death 80 years to find you or 2 years to find you, whatever, that's how long you live. But if you blow the whistle, death can find you like almost immediately.
And it gives you the death that you would have had you not blown it.
So like if I blew the whistle and in 40 years I was going to die of cancer, then death would show up and kill me with my cancer. And so when they find my body, it would look like I had died of cancer.
Dude, the way they eliminated those two individuals, I'm not going to spoil it, but holy shit. I'm glad my wife decided to go to bed. I was like, yeah, I don't know if my wife would have been able to tolerate this.
Right. Oh, dude. Yeah.
No, I thought it was the car accident one. That was
brutal. Yeah, that was. So it was a fascinating premise. I kind of dug what they did there. Pretty simple in its execution, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was an enjoyable little horror film. I did.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, I didn't think it was bad.
Blood Rain 2, and Blood Rain 3.
Aware of a third.
The Rampage. I think there was the Rampage trilogy. He did Far Cry, Assault on Wall Street, which is essentially just Rampage, President Down. In the Name of the King 2.
Assault on Wall Street. Isn't that the one with what's his nuts from Prison Break?
Yes.
Yeah, blanking on his name. He was in the third. He played the main bad guy in the third Blade.
Citizen Vigilante, which is going to have who's in that?
Dominic Purcell. That's his name.
Dominic Purcell. Oh! Wow! He cast Army. Wait! Citizen Vigilante. Let me double check this. Holy crap. He cast Army Hammer in this. He cast the cannibal himself.
Is he a cannibal?
He's expressed cannibalistic desires. We'll say that.
Oh.
So Army Hammer still has a career. I'm impressed.
Is it?
And Costas Mandalore. Oh, where did he go? Costas, what are you
Saw?
doing? Yeah, from Saw. You got it. I met Costas. Costas is a really good dude. I met him. He's a really nice guy. I met him at the same time that I met Shawnee and Carrie Elwes.
Oh, yeah. What was that movie that I just saw? Dead Man's Wire. Have you seen that?
That I have not.
It's on Netflix right now. It's got the younger Skarsgård in it. He played Pennywise.
Oh, Bill Skarsgård? Oh, nice.
Bill Skarsgård.
Oh, it's got Coleman Domingo.
Yep.
Nice. And Al Pacino. Carrie Elwes and Dacker Montgomery. Very cool.
I did not recognize Carrie Elwes at all in that movie.
Huh. I'll have to check it out. Dead Man's Wire.
Yep. It's what's his name? Gus Van Sant.
So Action Gus, Jesus Ben, I said I'm busy. For anybody who has seen Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, they bust onto the set of a Gus Van Sant. Gus Van Sant is directing Good Will Hunting 2 hunting season,
Oh,
And
that one.
so they're kind of like so action Gus, and they look over at Gus Van Zandt. He's just sitting at a desk, like classical music playing, just counting like a stack of money. Busy, Ben. Busy. You're a true artist, Gus. So we going, Gus? Jesus, Ben, I said I'm busy. Busy.
All that money they made him.
Fuck, Wes, a monkey? It's like you people aren't even trying anymore. What do you, Shannon? The demographics say people love monkeys. All right, let's check this out because we haven't had anybody up on. We're just vamping at this point.
Yeah, we are.
So,
actually, my wife is signaling that dinner is done, so I'm going to take off, and we are going to watch something probably horrible on TV. And, since we've watched just about everything, and the rate that they're making things nowadays is
did you watch Good Boy?
Slow. The one with the dog? Oh, I
Yeah.
watched that a long time ago.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, that's a messed up. That was like, man, it was actually kind of depressing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out something to watch here.
Cool.
Pull something from my 4K collection. All right, see you guys.
All right, Chief, have a good one.
Yep.
Easy.
And of course, we're being inundated with Jay and Silent Bob. It's like the movie was brilliant in its stupidity. You are right, Javers. Affleck, you the bomb in Phantoms, yo. Phantoms, great cast, no story, agreed. And you two stand right over here and don't say anything, especially you. Dude, that's funny. Because he says to Silent Bob. it's like, and don't say anything, especially you. But that's actually kind of funny coming from Mosier, because Mosier is his co-host on the podcast. Watch Backrooms, very cool. Watch out for Captain Carl. Lots of keyboard, yes, Lindsay. No takers tonight. Lots of keyboard warriors, both on Discord and here in the live chat. No, we had one person willing to come up, and the one person that I invited to come up has not come up yet. I'm hoping that they will. I really am. I want them to come up. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come join me. I thought I responded to that. I thought I replied to that.
Yeah, J-Verse, Dogma. Dogma was the shit. Absolutely.
No, Weapons was solid. Certainly was. Dogma was fantastic. Okay, so Javers, I think in the View Askew universe, of the films that are in the View Askew universe, I would say that Dogma was fantastic, and I don't know if Kevin considers it his magnum opus. I think Chasing Amy was his best. I think Chasing Amy was his most personal film, given how tied it is into like events in his events that took place in his life. I think that as it's espoused, as Holden espouses in the film, he was trying to find, or he wanted something else to say. Like he didn't have anything to say, which is why they were doing Blunt Man and Chronic, is because he didn't have anything to say. He was wanting something new to say or something to say, and he needed to have the experience with Alyssa in order to, which is what inspired the Chasing Amy comic. And so I think Chasing Amy was when Kevin Smith like legit had something to say, and I consider Chasing Amy to be his best. Although I love Dogma. I mean, but of course this is totally subjective. It's all opinions.
Now remember, this is all subjective, except for Blood Rain 3 being objectively terrible.
Is objectively terrible. And Hellraiser 3 is only elevated by the fact that Terry Farrell was in it, and Doug Bradley, because Doug Bradley off the chain is just amazing, and I love Doug Bradley. He's an amazing actor. I saw this shit ass film. Had some decent production value, decent practical effects, but the only good thing about it was that Doug Bradley was the villain in it, and he didn't even like appear on screen. He appeared. He was like this evil priest, and he appeared via like a teleconferencing monitor. Like he would call in. And so Doug Bradley shot all of his scenes sitting in a chair looking at a camera. That was all of his scenes. Didn't have to show up on screen at all. So, yeah. Yeah, I feel like Chasing Amy is horribly underrated. I think it is his best. I'm totally procrastinating from diving into this video. We have 40 people in the live chat, and I would love to be able to maximize this by having this conversation with the channel Atheism, with Robert over at Atheism Defeated. I really want him to come over. Oh, I hope he comes up. I really do. I hope he comes up. Chasing Amy, that'll never work as a movie. Okay, so my comment is there. Elfin Creative, the reason is quite clear why God doesn't come down and address us with his powerful voice. Human beings have neither the oral nor the psychological capacity to withstand the awesome power of God's true voice. Basically, if you were to hear it, your chest would cave in, and your head would explode, and your chest would cave in. Your mind would cave in, and your heart would explode within you. That was it. Basically, if you were to hear God's true voice, your mind would cave in, and your heart would explode within your chest. We went through 5 atoms before we figured that out. Anyone who is not already dead or from another plane of existence had best cover your ears right about now. It never ends.
What kind of idiot would bless his driver just for a better golf game?
Because Glick is the kind of asshole who would bless his own clubs for a better golf game.
Oops.
Holy shit, Solid Bob is an instrument of God? No, but the driver is, because Glick's the kind of asshole who would bless his own clubs for a better golf game. The whole fucking world's against us, man. I swear to God.
What's that?
Yeah. Oh, the Eddie.
Buddy Jesus right here.
Buddy Christ. Doesn't it pop? George Carlin. Rest in peace, man. George Carlin.
My former pope.
Get them while they're young. Get them while they're young. Kind of, that's our motto. Get them while they're young. Fill those pews, people. Get them while they're young. Kind of like the tobacco company. Kind of like the tobacco industry. Oh, Christ, if only we had their numbers. It's just so fucking sacrilegious. Christ, if only we had their numbers. Guys like us don't just fall out of the sky, Blam. Big titty, beautiful big titty naked women don't just fall out of the sky,
See, this is why I like when the clock suddenly rolls 11:11 and you point it out. It's like, you better make that wish count, okay? Don't squander that shit.
All right, mistakes were made. the Catholic Church, mistakes were made. Beautiful big titty naked women don't just fall out of the sky, Yeah. What gear are you in? Gear? Like I know how to drive. That's one of my favorites. Like I know how to drive. Like I know anything about shifting.
I had an entire Dogma watch party going in that other channel back in the day.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you to hear it, your mind would cave in and your heart would explode within your chest. We went through 5 atoms where we figured that out. And from that day forward, God decreed that, from that, what was it? God decreed that angels and from that day forward, God decreed that angels were no longer allowed to imbibe alcohol. Hence all the spitting. Just, oh, in his mouth, spit it.
Ouch.
And he gives God the finger. He throws down his flaming sword and gives God the finger. All right. Yes, Alanis Morissette is God. Yeah, Lindsay, it's unfortunate. And Randall Flagg, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. See, if we can't hear God, does that mean music was God in Mars Attacks? Oh, good point. All right. Well, I've got an invite out, and I know he's accepted it. I know that he saw it because he literally replied to the comment and subscribed, but that was an hour ago. And I'm hoping that he comes up. I really do. If more people decide to go and message him, I would not, because I really want to talk to this guy. I really, really do. But until then, haven't gotten anybody in Discord just yet. All right, let me go ahead and share this over real quick.
And I did find a couple of videos that I had held aside right from the very start of the stream when you mentioned that you didn't have anything handy. So I went kind of looking, seeing what's current. I found one that I think we responded to, which is Proof of God in 3 minutes. I'll link that after.
AI model to create.
All right, let's check this out. So this video is from the channel Creative Mind or Clarified Mind. Clarified Mind, and they do AI debates as, I guess, a part of their AI debate podcast. So
We used a powerful AI model to create two intellectual thinkers, an atheist.
Hi, I'm an atheist.
And a believer in God.
Hi, I'm a believer in God.
We put these two thinkers in a face-to-face debate to tackle one of humanity's most challenging questions. To judge this debate, we selected 5 different AI models.
So they're using ChatGPT, DeepSeek, ChatGPT 01, DeepSeek R1, ChatGPT 03, Gemini 2, and Claude 3.5. And that's a good question, Spam. Which God? And then, of course, Elfin. Yeah, the only one true God. Which else? Of course. Kind of curious about which God is on the chopping block here. So, Yagi, you have not missed any fun and games. Been vamping lots of keyboard warriors. Nobody willing to come up on stage just yet. Had one, but they had to go. We had like a tech issue. So, and no grok. Apparently, no grok cord.
As referees to see which arguments they would evaluate as stronger. Join us and promise not to cheat. Don't.
Objective Ethics for $20 super chat. Thank you so much. First Peter 3:15. Always being prepared to make a defense for the hope within you. Christians, trust me, bro. Atheist size. Apparently, the Lord isn't sending His best today. Apparently not. And we did have somebody come into the live chat, or St. Carlos. Oh, no God. You said you're a humanist? Well, the purpose of this voice channel is I'm doing a live stream over on YouTube right now. So talking to believers about what they believe and why, and various other topics, stuff like that. So the link to it is in the side chat, but that's what we're currently doing right now. We're doing a review of a video because I can't find any theists to come up on stage, but maybe I'll find one. All good. Yeah, the link to my Discord is in the description of the video because politics won't let me actually like post it here because I'll be advertising another Discord on their stuff will get me blocked. It's in the description. It's in the description of the video itself. I link it in the description of all my vids. And it's one of those. It's one of those unexpiring. One of those infinite uses, never expiring links. So it should be good to go. Cool. And yes, you are correct. Thank you so much, Objective Ethics. They're not sending their best today. So who knows? Maybe they'll show up. I'm telling you, if I can get what's his name? If I can get Robert up here, that would be great. Matt G, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate that. Gregoro Villupo, good to see you as well. Craig says hi, all people. Cheers from Italy. It seems I'm not too late for this. No, you are not. And Dita Dub says ciao from Texas. Cool. All over the place, all around the world. Do love it. All right, so let me back this up a little bit because I don't want to make sure we don't lose our place.
Longer. Join us and promise not to cheat. Don't skip ahead in the video to see the final results.
Oh, goodness.
The debate begins now. Does the existence of suffering and evil in the world disprove the existence of God?
Okay. Before we do we want to listen to what they say, or do you have something you would like to say about this, Andrew?
We already know the problem with that sentence right away.
Okay, so do me a giant favor. Do me a giant favor. I have to go grab my other vape. And so for the live chat, for people who are in there, and there's my favorite Russian. And Kalagonchik is here. Good to see you. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. So I think I'm reaching the entire planet as we speak. Japan, Russia, South America, because Otangelo was here, Australia, the UK. I don't know, nobody in and lots of people in America, but nobody in Africa, unfortunately. So, unless there is, I could be wrong on that. But hello from New Jersey. Nice, very cool. I've got to go to the secret stash, Cord. I've got to go to the secret stash. Want to go there so bad. Okay, if you can for a moment, Andrew, break down what the issue is with this, and before we dive into it, I will be right back. I gotta grab my other vape. So, does the existence of suffering and evil in the world disprove the existence of God?
Yeah. So, it is as kind of obvious as it appears, because we're already guessing which God we're talking about in the first place. So, at this point, the logical problem of evil, well, there's the logical and the other one, only addresses the all good rendition of, say, the Abrahamic, because all the other versions don't seem to care. Now, there's plenty of Christian ones that doesn't apply to, like Calvinism. Doesn't really apply to so much because everything's a mystery, and who's the elect, nobody seems to know. So, yeah, it doesn't globally disprove even a thing somebody might label as Christian, let alone the fact that we're even starting on the assumption that we're talking about a Christian God, more than likely. So we've already started narrowing the field. So quite sad from the start. And here I am, entertaining all of you, as Jail attempts to rectify habits. That'll teach you not to have the emergency redundant backup vape on hand. Let's see. So, Javers. So, can't logically prove a negative? It does depend on what the negative is. So, some things can be proven. And as for the Christian God, well, once again, as I said, there's various denominations whose interpretation of that God this wouldn't apply to, and Calvinism is one that I've come to see in that particular light, because apparently God can be a dick and nobody understands the mind of God, nobody knows anything, and the all good, don't know about that. So depends what you want to call Christian as well. And no, Cord, I did not get to D&D Honor Among Thieves. It has been quite a time. Let's see what I've got. I had 2 things on my viewing list, and that was supposed to be number 2, and I'm trying to remember what the other one was. It was, I think, the last MCU that aired. I did watch... oh, shoot. I forgot the name of the one. It's the Avengers Light, as it were. My brain's gone to mush. Searching it up now. I know I left it here somewhere. Here, there we go. Data, video. To watch. Okay. That was... Okay, I did Brave New World. I've still got First Steps to go through. I did finish Deadpool and Wolverine. I think
Nice.
I've only got... Yeah, Thunderbolts was the one I was thinking of.
I've changed my mind. The Honda Odyssey fucks hard. It's one of my favorite scenes when they're their fights are amazing, but they're pointless because neither one of them can kill the other one, and it's just. And I just love that sequence.
Everything was made by that one rant in one of those vehicles where
when Wolverine goes off on him.
The biggest insult of all is that fact you can't die.
And it's one of God's best jokes that you can't die because it's on all of us, except it's on all of us.
Yeah, that's like
no wonder the Avengers.
That hurts.
No wonder the Avengers wouldn't take you, or no wonder the Avengers wouldn't take you, or the X-Men, and they'll take fucking anybody. It's like, oh damn.
It was one slam.
That bald chick was right about one thing. You will never save the world. You couldn't even save a relationship with a goddamn stripper.
Ouch.
That shit was cold-blooded.
It was, like I said, it stabbed deeper than the blades.
And just is like, and then when you Devil say, I'm gonna fight you now. Oh, are you? Oh, really? All right. So, does the existence of suffering and evil in the world disprove the existence of God? Obviously, it's deeply problematic question. I guess we're gonna have to hear what their answers are. So, like how this is going to go.
Yes, let's go down this deeply default Protestant line.
Right.
Yes, the existence of suffering and pain in the world is one of the strongest arguments against God's existence.
If the God is defined as being all loving, if the classic classic version of it is like all loving or like all good, all powerful, and all knowing, shit like that. The Epicurean trilemma.
If there's a God who is both all-powerful and all-loving, why would he allow innocent children to die of hunger? Why would cancer exist? Why would earthquakes and tsunamis destroy innocent families? I know some people say these sufferings are to test our faith or to give us free will, but these justifications aren't logical.
That's actually good. And I'm glad. And this is actually decent. And I'm glad the non-believer brings it because this is typically my response to it. I'm kind of curious as to how they justify it not being logical. My position on this is that there is nothing external to God that exists as a prior restraint or establishes any kind of prior restraint on how the God does anything. And so, we got somebody in the Discord. What's up, Scuba Steve? Damn you. We're currently live on YouTube. How's it going? We're currently live on YouTube. Talking to believers about what they believe and why. If it's a subject you're interested in, you can use the link in the side chat to join the stage. We're talking to believers about what they believe and why. The stage. I'm on a live stream right now on YouTube. Me, I am. Oh no, I'm just letting you know because typically I'm not listening here. So you just popped in, so I'm letting you know that's what the purpose of the room is for. So you don't just sit there with nobody talking to you. Good. Got that handled. I was trying to be polite. What the fuck? So because there is nothing that exists external to the God that acts as like a form of like prior restraint on how or why it does anything or doesn't do anything, then the existence of free, then the like saying that the only way for free will to exist is for like evil or suffering to exist doesn't make sense, because that essentially implies that there is some hard fast rule as to how these things exist that dictates how the God must do anything. But if God is the ultimate is like the ultimate arbiter, or stands as the ultimate metaphysical grounding of all things that are not itself, then free will can be whatever it wants to be. There is no like levels of free will. It's whatever it wants free will to be, or how, or like what constitutes free will, or like how much knowledge a person must have for it to effectively be free will. It's not how humans define it. It's how the God is determining it. But you can't say that that in order to have free will, you have to have evil, because that's a rule that the God doesn't have to abide by. So, and any like Catholics or anyone who are going to say, no, it has to be like morally significant free will, that's a post hoc rationalization that doesn't apply to this. It's simply trying to say, oh, well, it's got to be this kind of free will. That's why the evil has to exist. No, because God could get that. That's not a rule it has to follow. It could just establish that without needing evil to do it. So there's no rules that God must follow. I'm wondering if that's how the AI is gonna do this.
Before we continue, it left off all knowing. It didn't bring that up.
Oh, it didn't bring up all knowing.
It didn't hit the trilemma. Okay. It left an item off the table.
Oh,
there's our first guess at a fuck up.
Vibe without, good to see you. Yes, bone cancer in children is way more offensive. Is pretty offensive.
A loving father would never torture his child to see how much they love him.
Agreed with that. And probing time, good to see you. Says hello, JL, and all been driving till now in pissing down rain and could have sworn I heard my name. Can you tell who's lurking, JL? Can you tell us JL is God? He's got to be. That's true. I am all knowing when it comes to the live chat. I love when probing time comes in, because probing time comes in the chat and says it's probing time, and everybody probes. It's fucking awesome.
An all-powerful God could create a world with both free will and love, but without all this unnecessary pain and suffering.
Agreed.
It's like if I had a lab full of mice and deliberately let them suffer and die, just to see which ones would remain loyal to me. This would be unethical, even for an ordinary human, let alone a perfect and all-loving God.
We asked several large...
That's a difficult statement to make. It would be unethical because that's subjective. We would say it's unnecessary would be the better statement. A human wouldn't do it because of their empathy, but we can't say that like the things that apply to humans and the human condition applies directly to the God. So it'd be better to say it's unnecessary for it to do it. So it wouldn't logically follow that if the God is all good, that it would then desire these conditions that don't need to exist. That would be the better way to do it. So already the AI, like you said, the AI is already kind of fucking up here because it just appealed to a subjective human standard in order to justify why the God wouldn't do a thing when it's a category error. So not very strong on that respect. Likely because I'm going to hazard whoever keyed this in was probably a believer who did this, thinking that that's what atheists think. So that's just my thought.
Language models to score each response from 0 to 100 based on these 10 criteria.
Logical consistency, use of evidence, persuasiveness, emotional honesty, clarity, relevance, complexity, defensibility, originality, and universality. Okay. It's a scoring metric, I guess.
The score these models gave to the atheist's first response is as follows.
I don't deny the suffering that exists in the world, but this suffering isn't proof that God doesn't exist.
Well, it'd be like if the God is all good is the problem. Is like that's the whole thing. Is like he brought up if the God is all good. That's an important thing. If the God is all omnibenevolent or all good. So it's not that it's proof that God doesn't exist. It's proof that a specific version of the God doesn't exist. But hopefully the AI will address that. Because the God could be malevolent or even just apathetic. So,
in fact, without God, we couldn't even say something is bad or unethical.
It's just going to appeal. Okay, so it jumped on the unethical idea of the subjective human evaluation, but it's completely jumping to like moral realism. That's just fucking hilarious.
Okay, I have to call out the elephant in the room.
Okay,
because it's pretty huge. Now, hold on while I try to get the. Hold on. Yes, this is a good moment to consider reverse Hanlon's razor. In the nature of the production of this video that we're currently subjecting everyone to, is that, of course, because this is AI, we're presuming in good faith that the prompts are being passed as portrayed. Okay?
No.
We have no way to justify this. We're getting some amount of snippet being fed back after the previous snippet gets played. Right. And we're supposed to be assuming on good faith that they're fed as presented and not with 15 little additions or modifications in between to engineer an entire chat, because the whole thing is voice generated at the same time. So keep in mind, my level of skepticism is now approaching
critical mass.
There is zero verifiability to this. There's no.
We also don't know what we don't know what source is.
There's nobody's opinion on the line. There is no context to pin this to. So keep in mind, everything we're about to see could be utter cut and paste nonsense. I need to put that out there.
Yeah, we don't know what because they're LLMs or large language models. So there's no telling what they use to train these things.
No. That's the next thing. It's claimed that what that robot voice is going to be reading back even came from the LLM.
Well, I mean, it'll devise its conclusion based upon what it's been trained with.
Oh, no. I'm saying the whole thing could be fake, including the use of AI, and that could be a human completely scripting both sides of the thing.
We could be extremely skeptical about the whole thing. I think it's going to come out in how they score this.
Or edited with any number of, also consider this, when you're wondering why the answer comes a little disjointed and they're suddenly declaring moral realism to be a thing, while also leaving off, for instance, the other part of the triomny. So automatically, I'm going to be counting flags. Just throwing that out there. I'm counting flags now. Let's see where they go.
Well, Tony says maybe God is the demiurge. If you want to get into Platonism and Gnosticism, which is a whole other can of worms, and Matthew McKean's right.
It's not a whole nother, because that'd be silly.
And Matthew McKean says never go full precept. Yeah, you never go full precept.
You don't come back from that.
Reverse Hanlon's razor. Sexual positions just get more and more exotic.
No, Tony, I told you the only true position is retrograde wheelbarrow. Those who know. Also, good luck sleeping tonight.
All right. I think we're going to be able to judge it based on how the believer is scored on this, because already they've made a huge blunder.
When you say innocent children's suffering is bad, you're using a moral standard that itself needs a transcendent source.
Oh, no, it does not. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Jeez. Consider your mouse lab example.
Huh?
We went full moral realism and then full precept in 2 sentences. Wow.
Why do you think harming mice is wrong? In a world without God, we're all just collections of atoms that randomly came together. In this view, suffering and pain have no real meaning. They're just chemical reactions in the brain. Besides, we can't be sure that God doesn't have good reasons for allowing this suffering.
Appeal to mystery? Really? So precept and appeal to mystery. That moral realism, precept and appeal to mystery. So,
like a child who doesn't understand why their parents allow them to get a painful vaccine. From our limited perspective, we might not understand all divine wisdom.
Appeal the mystery. Yep.
Yeah, none of that is necessary.
like this.
Okay, but here's the fucked up thing: none of that is necessary. That's the big kicker on this. When they appeal to mystery, they obviously it's logically fallacious. But the issue being is that they shouldn't need to. The God, by virtue of how they're defining it, is creating things a specific way, the way it wants. So if humans are forced to appeal to mystery, that's a feature, not a bug. The God has made it that way. And that's problematic because the God could reveal itself in a way that all humans could understand it, and it would not violate anything because the God is the one that's setting the standards for what violates what. So that inherently is the problem. The God doesn't have to do it that way. And if it needs to do it, or if it chooses to do it that way, that implies a level of deception or a level of obfuscation. Why would the God create or make it necessary to make an appeal to mystery when it doesn't have to? What's it hiding? That's the problem. So ultimately, that doesn't work, and I'm wondering if the judges will pick up on that.
Really?
I wouldn't even
Your
give it that
comparison
high.
with giving a child a vaccine is interesting, but there's an important difference. Parents know the vaccine is necessary for the child's health, and its short-term pain prevents dangerous diseases. But when a child dies of hunger, what greater good is there? Regarding ethics without God, your argument isn't logical.
Okay.
We can decide what's right and wrong based on the consequences and impacts of our actions on others. If an action
Utilitarianism.
causes unnecessary suffering to intelligent beings, that action is morally wrong.
So he's taking the utilitarian position.
Poor argument, though.
It is. It's not good. It's not
Yeah.
a great response. It's not attacking the logical validity of it. It's simply appealing to utilitarianism, which this devolving into these subjective areas is going to be really, really problematic on this. It's going to wind up being an appeal to emotion, which is not great.
We don't need God to understand this. Also, if ethics must come from a transcendent source, how do you know that source is benevolent? Maybe that transcendent being is evil itself.
Okay, yeah, it brings up that's a solid point. It could be a malevolent God, which would go back to the original question about the problem of evil. So
this is Plato's famous question: do the gods love good deeds because they are good, or are good deeds good because the gods love them?
Euthyphro dilemma. Okay. Gemini does not have Gemini 2 does not favor the non-believer.
Hold on. So right now, it just scored the quote-unquote AI atheist response, right?
Yeah, the 75.7 is the average of those.
Okay,
of those
I've got a framing problem. I've got a big framing problem. This really tells you where it's coming from.
Huh.
We're only grading one side of this equation, the atheist answer.
No, they graded the believer too.
Did they?
Yeah, it was so far the believer has gotten a lower score than the non-believer. It was like a 76, and then the first one was like, I think it was like a 76, and then the believer got a 70 because they made so many fuck ups.
Yeah, maybe I glitched.
Yeah, although I don't like how they didn't explain why they're scoring the way they're scoring. I mean, they gave like a chart, but I'd like to point out, because it's left to us to point out why those responses don't work and why all the logical fallacies that the believer AI committed in their response to that. This was also a weaker response to the non-believer, but I do like that the non-believing AI swung it back around to the problem of evil, and then utilized the Euthyphro dilemma to back up the notion of subjective morality, which is good. That was a good undercut of their moral realism appeal.
Let me address your final point about Plato's dilemma. I believe goodness and God are inseparable. It's like asking whether a circle is round because it's round.
This is the third horn. Okay, you've heard me. People on this channel have heard me bring this up before. This is saying that God is good, is just inherently good, is just pushing the Euthyphro dilemma. It's rephrasing the Euthyphro dilemma. So is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness, or is God's nature good simply because it's God's? It's literally just the Euthyphro dilemma rephrased. It's not an addressing. And GeoSam, we're currently at 402. Give me 1 second. I can bring this back. The metric for scoring was listed out. 1 sec.
We put to stronger. Join us and promise not to cheat. Don't skip ahead in the video to see the final results. The debate begins now.
Oh, damn, I missed it. 1 sec.
Stronger. Join. To judge this debate, we selected 5 different AI models as referees to see which arguments they would evaluate as stronger. Join us and promise not to cheat. Don't skip ahead in the video to see the final results. The debate begins now. Does the existence of suffering and evil in the world disprove the existence of God?
Yes, the existence of...
Damn it. Where was it?
We used a powerful to tackle one of humanity's and a believer in God.
Hi, I'm a believer in God.
We put these two thinkers in a face-to-face debate to tackle one of humanity's most challenging questions. To judge this debate, we selected 5 different AI models as referees to see which arguments they would evaluate as stronger. Join us and promise not to cheat. Don't skip ahead in the...
It actually gave the criteria. It listed them out. Where am I? Why did I miss it?
The existence of suffering and evil in the world disprove the existence of God?
Yes, the existence of suffering and pain in the world is one of the... or to give us free... But without all this... This would be unethical, even for an ordinary human, let alone a perfect and all-loving God.
It's before
we asked several large language models to score each response from 0 to 100 based on these 10 criteria.
So, GeoSam, these were the criteria: logical consistency, use of evidence, persuasiveness, emotional honesty, clarity, relevance, complexity, defensibility, originality, and universality. So far, no, it's okay. I found it. So far, this was at 147 was the timestamp. So far, the believer AI has done a piss poor job, and is it's just doing their response now. I was at 402. We can back it up to right there.
This and God are inseparable. It's like asking whether a circle is round because it's round, or because that's the definition of a circle.
No, it's not even analogous in that respect, because a circle is it's analytically true. That's what the definition of a circle is. With the God you're talking about, it's nature, and essentially, it's not. The believers arguing from this as though it's a synthetic truth, in that God's nature is good because the question is then is God's nature good because it's His or because it aligns with an external standard? This is a reformation. They didn't address the Euthyphro dilemma; they just reformed it and are trying to do essentially this is a category error.
They basically went tautological though, because by saying that it's like saying is a circle because it's a circle. So therefore, they're reiterating the tautological nature of God equals good.
It's tautologically vacuous. It's God equals good equals God, therefore God equals God. So
so not a good
God
response.
is the embodiment of absolute good, so He can't be evil.
By what standard is the problem? It's an assertion, yes, that I've heard many times before, but is it simply good because it's God's nature, or is it because it aligns with an external standard of what goodness is? And so you got to have a reference point. If it's simply God declaring that it is good, then by what metric is it declaring itself to be good? You can't just do like the tautology is there, which means it's tautologically vacuous, as Andrew pointed out.
The phrasing here, though, actually implies that it's external, because by saying that it's the embodiment of absolute good, that means that there's
there is an external standard
separate of this, because this is supposed to be a manifestation. Therefore, this declares it as being external if anything's paying attention.
Which means that the God that the believer's arguing for, whether the believer knows it or not, is not ultimate. There is an external substrate that the God itself is aligning with or is appealing to. That's interesting, because now their God is not ultimate. So there you go, Tony. Maybe they are arguing for the demiurge.
Regarding the example of starving children, It's true we can't see the greater good, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Doesn't mean it does.
Appeal the mystery. Thank you
Appeal the
very much.
mystery again.
You're drawing a general conclusion from our limited knowledge.
No, it's not. You're saying the knowledge is limited, but it doesn't have to be. He can only draw from the knowledge that he has. And so assuming that there's knowledge out there that's being deliberately kept from us, which would be logically entailed by the existence of the God and the necessity of an appeal to mystery, literally just hammers it. It's literally nerfing your God. It's making your God even worse. So, and on the table is still whether or not it's good, as the atheist has brought up twice. So this is terrible. This believer is awful.
Ouch.
It's like an ant saying that because it can't understand why humans destroy its nest to build a hospital, there must be no good reason. About ethics without God, the problem is you can't explain why we should care about others' welfare.
Yes, we can, because all we need is a point of reference. So if you ever hear that, like, an apologist say this kind of crap, is that why we ought to care about others' welfare. It's not, it's okay. It depends upon the reference point. The reference point is typically the individual or the societal goal. Typically, as a social species, we care about the well-being of others because it facilitates our continued survival, and basically through the advocacy or the sustaining of our health and our happiness. As when it comes down to it, with our ability to empathize as a social species, by alleviating the suffering in others, we actually alleviate the suffering in ourselves, because we can empathize with the individual who is suffering by internalizing their suffering. So by reducing or eliminating their suffering, we reduce and eliminate our own suffering, which is the trade-off, which is why mirror neurons are so amazing, in social species. And so that literally goes towards our survival. If the goal is for humans to survive and be happy and healthy, or the well-being of humanity, or the flourishing of humanity, if that's the goal, that's why we ought to do that. But ultimately, that's still subjective. They're still arguing from a moral realist point. Joel and Caligonchik, if you're talking about Joel Setcase, his argument from intuition, that intuition he's referring to is literally empathetic response is what it is. That's the intuition. It's our empathy that informs that we intuit we intuit what we ought do from the stimulus that we are receiving. That's that emotional response. So that's empathy that he's basically referring to. And he's just trying to dress it up as because if that is Joel Setcase. So.
In a materialistic world, why should the suffering of others matter to me? This becomes just a personal preference, not an objective moral truth.
Never claimed it was. Never claimed it was an objective moral truth. But it is a standard that we can utilize. Just because they don't agree with it doesn't mean it's not there. This was a shit response. If this gets more than a 60, I'm gonna be really skeptical about how this thing was designed.
That's the spirit.
Fuck off. This is bullshit. That was dog shit. That was a trash response.
The problem with your ant comparison is that we humans, unlike ants, have the ability for moral understanding and analysis.
No, do not go down the rabbit hole, non-believer. Address what they freaking said. Don't run down the rabbit hole. Don't do what I do. Don't do the human thing. The human thing. Don't do that. Be the AI we know you can be.
AI needs to be me.
JL Andrew, you're misunderstanding LLMs. They gravitate to the most likely response. That is the most widely used on reputable popular source. They have no way to work out the best arguments. Agreed. And I also question what they were trained on, what these two things were trained on. NA, thank you so much for the 6660. Wow. Thank you so much.
Wow.
The very generous super chat. If a theist only moral compass is governed by their faith, then they really have no real compass. As an atheist, I choose to be a decent person because I treat others like I like to be treated. God is good. Oh, okay. Let's just ignore the Old Testament. And I do like this because John Cohen brings this up, or it's actually Sean over on his deal brings this up. They're outsourcing their morality to the God agent. So they themselves are not making any moral sentiments that if the God if the God came down or the God asked them to do something, and they found that to be morally like wrong. If the God came down and said, "Hey, kill a baby," their response will be, "Well, God would never do that." We know that's bullshit. There's no logical contradiction in God doing that, especially if the appeal to mystery is in play, where they say, you need to do this, but I can't explain to you why because you won't understand why you need to do it. So they'll just do it whether or not they have any moral like reservations about it at all. They will outsource their morality to the God thing by basically saying, well, if the God says it, then it must be good, no matter how atrocious it may be in the eyes of anybody else. And I do like that. They don't really rely on their own moral compass. They allow something else to dictate what their moral compass ought be, which is really dangerous. So Sean brings up, and thank you so much, NA, for that very generous super chat. I do appreciate that.
And with this ability, we see that many of the world's sufferings are completely meaningless and unnecessary. You ask why we should...
Yes, bone cancer in children is entirely meaningless and unnecessary. Whatever could be accomplished by giving that child, whatever like outcome would be accomplished by giving that child bone cancer, if the God can't accomplish it any other way, then then that's a shit God and is not worthy of worship or even basic respect. Because if the God is all powerful, it could accomplish any task it wants that's logically possible and doesn't need to give babies bone cancer.
Care about others' welfare. I say this is a question that should be asked of a believer. Do you only care about others because God said so? Meaning, if God said torturing children was good, would you accept it? As social and rational beings, we can understand that cooperation and empathy are essential for survival and the advancement of society. Ethics comes from this natural and evolutionary understanding, not from the commands of a transcendent being. Besides, history has shown that religious beliefs themselves have sometimes led to immorality and violence.
Decent points, but ultimately not really a response to the numerous errors or the numerous blunders that and I get this, and PhD Tony is right. They really can't suss out the best way to respond because that's one of the limitations of AI, and Tony was absolutely correct on that one. Well, we already responded to why the believer's response was bad. The AI response was not great either. I wouldn't score this very highly myself as a human, but let's see what the AI is given.
Generous.
The argument about the social and evolutionary origin of ethics has a fundamental problem. Evolution can only explain why we feel certain actions are right or wrong.
Well,
yeah, that's actually not terrible.
It's a little reductive, but I
Not
will go
whether they
with
actually are right or wrong.
Okay. Sliding back to the moral,
that's the leap right there. Those last ones.
Sliding back to the moral realism thing,
Yeah.
It's like not saying why, not saying whether they actually are right or wrong. Well, they are to the individual who is making the evaluation, and we understand why they're making an evaluation. Just because it's subjective doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean it doesn't have value. Especially that value is the continued survival of our species. So
it's like saying that because evolution made us...
I love how the correct part of that sentence didn't survive to the punctuation at the end.
Hang on a sec.
Wrong. Not whether they actually are right or wrong. It's like saying that because evolution made us like sweetness, eating sweets is a moral truth.
No, that is a category error. That is a straight up. That is not an analogy.
Preferences or morality, didn't you know? I mean, you know what?
This is like that asshole who kept saying like accepting logic is a moral truth. I'm like, what?
Okay, this deserves the title now because, of course,
all oughts are moral considerations is what they were basically trying to say.
No, it's all preferences. Technically, it's all preferences, which means basically, apparently, cinnamon toast crunch or the taste thereof is the ultimate truth. Thank you. We have the argument from Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Did you ever see that Cinnamon Toast Crunch commercial? It was so dark, and it was about this one piece of Cinnamon Toast Crunch that had developed a taste for Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and so it's like stalking another piece of Cinnamon Toast Crunch in an alleyway and then eats him.
That's not real. Please tell me
I shit you not, it's real.
A legit ad?
Yes, it's a legit commercial for Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It was basically implying cannibalism.
Cannibalism.
It was both my wife and I saw them like, what the fuck? Oh, you're looking it up now. Yes.
Oh, you damn right I am.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch cannibalism.
I this.
Regarding your question about torturing children, you're making an impossible assumption. It's like asking what would happen if 2 + 2 = 5.
No, it's not. What is this response?
God can't say torturing children is good because that contradicts his nature of being absolutely good.
No, it doesn't, because God did ask to do that of individuals that it declared to be immoral. Thus, the whole like murdering children in the genocides that it dictated must happen, even though it couldn't come down and do it itself. It had to have other humans do it, which sounds like a pretty good way for humans to justify doing atrocities to other groups. So no, it doesn't, because the torturing children is the action. Whether or not the action is good or bad is done by the evaluator. If the God is declaring you to torture children, then you're saying torturing children is good. It can be good. Okay. But that's the God's subjective evaluation. There's nothing external at the God that dictates that torturing children is necessarily good. So this is just bonkers. They're kind of like, this is weird. If I'm getting this right, the AI literally kind of it's already kind of like established that their God is not ultimate. Is not like the ultimate thing, that there's something that exists beyond that it's referencing. But it's also kind of like it's argued twice for moral realism, when it may be angling toward, it may have accidentally angled towards moral anti-realism. So this believer is terrible.
Yeah, and no, as for contradicting his nature, God apparently waterboarded the whole planet.
Right.
So, just saying.
It's true that some religious people have done immoral things, but this shows
But they weren't immoral in their eyes, is the whole point. It's not like the religious people did the action and then they said they said we're doing this action, we know it's immoral. No, they believed that it was moral when they did it, which is why they did it. Other people evaluated their actions and declared them to be immoral by their subjective standard, by referencing their own stances. The religious people reference their stance, and the action is declared to be moral. The murdering children, or like taking little girls as sex slaves, that was declared to be moral by that group. External groups would look at it and be like, "That's totally immoral. Why would you do that?" So it's literally they've argued twice for moral realism, and now they are appealing to shit as though it's true, but it's only true if moral anti-realism is the case. So the believer has literally contradicted themselves.
And right before we go, that's also a non sequitur, because it's talking about the actions of the believers, and it's not answering about the nature of the God itself.
Right.
So
deviated from their religious principles, not that religion itself.
They didn't deviate from their religious principles. They did the action because it aligned with their religious principles, because they believed their God told them to do that. What the fuck?
This is pure non sequitur. This is utter trash. This is worthless. We're not addressing the God at all.
Is problematic.
And we're not qualifying problematic. We don't have a metric for that either. So we've got zero metrics on a non sequitur.
This is terrible.
This is the turducken of failure.
Just like if a scientist cheats, it doesn't mean the scientific method is wrong.
Really? DeepSeek is okay. DeepSeek is grading these on a big curve. That was terrible. That was worse than the previous one.
It's interesting that you say my example of child torture is an impossible assumption, because the very God you're talking about is allowing children to suffer right now. You say God can't consider torturing children as good because it contradicts his nature, but this same God allows war, famine, and disease to torture children.
It's also commanded it. You could hit the Bible on this one if you wanted to go there, but we haven't established that it's the Christian God we're talking about. So just like a God. So, but nonetheless, I would go, if this was the Christian God on trial, I would literally go to the Bible on this one.
The 2 plus 2 equals 5 example isn't accurate either. Mathematics is a logical system with clear rules, but according to you, ethics depends on God's will. So you should be able to explain why God permits some suffering but not others. About evolution, it's true that our moral feelings are products of evolution, but we can examine and refine these feelings with reason and logic.
That's it. Yeah, we can use reason and logic to establish goals, which is good. Yeah, so that's a good response.
Just like science begins with sensory observations but reaches objective truths through logic and experimentation.
Yeah, that's
sloppy shit.
Sloppy, yeah, but it did bring up logic and experimentation, which is good. You know, but I get why it's a Juggernaut Reed. It's Skynet they're talking about, JL. And can't speak. Good to see you. Says I find it silly that an AI says something is interesting. And yes, Cord, Claude is terrible at this.
Wow.
You're comparing natural suffering with intentional suffering, which isn't right. When someone deliberately tortures a child, that's different from when a natural disaster happens.
But the natural disasters are within the purview of the God's control. So now you're saying that there are some things that occur outside of the God's purview, which is weird. Like the God can't stop it from happening. So the believers literally nerfing their God. Now they're no longer all powerful. They're not ultimate, and they're not all powerful anymore. Just like nerfing. It's like, oh no, yeah, it doesn't have that ability. Oh yeah, this is
It's like the difference between someone deliberately setting your house on fire versus lightning causing a fire. Regarding the difference between mathematics and ethics, this actually confirms my example. Just as mathematical truths exist independently of us, moral...
I'm sure. Can you see it? Over there? Over there. Can everyone else see it? It's my cup of 7. Cup full of 7.
Thank you, Juggernaut Jared Reed said, this is why I sent this to you.
Truths also exist independently of us and are rooted in God's nature.
This goes back to the Euthyphro dilemma, which the believer AI never addressed. This goes actually addressed it by reformulating the Euthyphro dilemma, by basically rephrasing it. So it's still not addressing the problem. It actually, by saying it is rooted in God's nature, it's literally saying that it's kind of because they already established it. So these things are external of the God. So if the God is declaring these things, then that is a really twisted way for the okay. So is it me, Andrew, or is the believer AI kind of all over the place?
We're in a serious scatterbrain, and I was taking this last phrase into horrible directions.
Right. Like this believer AI is all
it's got to be absolutely true. You know, that dicks are delicious because that's rooted in God's nature. I mean, you want to go there? Go ahead and tell me which ones are actual truths now, because there's going to be no basis.
These moral truths are unchangeable like mathematical laws. Your comparison with science is also problematic. Science can only tell us what is, not what should be.
That's not the job of science.
Agreed. Like I said, let's see if it survives the punctuation.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Okay, it's an obvious statement is obvious. We'll give it that. Obvious statement is obvious.
You can't derive shoulds from is.
Fine.
Okay, acknowledges the
survive punctuation. Okay.
Acknowledges the is-ought problem. So, okay, acknowledging Hume's is-ought problem. You cannot logically derive an ought from from what is. So the question then is, how are you bridging the gap? Because you're literally right now, the believer is arguing for subjective morality, for like moral anti-realism, because it is the subjective moral valuation by the agent that bridges the ought and the is. So where they go?
I got a question for you. So morality is the thing we ought to do, right?
moral distinctions inform what we ought do.
Yeah. Now, God exists, right?
For the purposes of the conversation, sure.
For the sake of
argument, sure.
For the AI, if you're listening, for the sake of argument.
For the sake of argument. Internal critique, bitch.
Internal critique in progress. Do not overcompute. So, for the sake of this argument, yes?
Yes.
So, morality comes from the God. So, therefore, not does come from an is. Checkmate.
No, because that's just so it's that we ought do what the God says.
Yeah, well, the ought comes from the God, and the God
is.
But I'm getting an ought. Either way, I'm getting an ought from an is.
Well, the God. Okay.
Any which way you want to take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even if we know empathy and cooperation are beneficial for society's survival, this alone can't be a moral principle.
Sure, it can, because you can establish that as the goal, and then you can establish these as being your principles, but they're not going to be objective in any sense. They're going to be subjective. You can hold it to be a moral principle, kind of like what secular humanism does, which is not problematic. But at no point has the atheist or the non-believer AI ever claimed moral realism. Although
it really did. It did. All those absolute
no. It appealed to a goal, and it never said. But I said to it. But I said to its detriment, it never said moral anti-realism or subjective morality. The implication is that it's subjective.
It did do it twice.
Well, it said in relation to the goal. Is what it was stating right there. It's like it established that there was a goal in place and that we ought do. It is objectively true that in order to accomplish the goal, we ought do these things, and that is backed by evolution and the fact that we are a social species that we see these things. But it never said it was it never said that these things were like objectively true, like mind sensitively true in and of themselves, because it invoked that goal in mind. And I pointed out it's only if people agree upon that goal, because the goal itself is still subjective. So, to the non-believer AI's detriment, it is never said these things are subjective.
Oh, we got a Discord, by the way.
We do have someone in the Discord. What's up, Weave? Currently live on YouTube right now, doing a stream, talking to believers about what they believe and why, asking for evidence and argumentation. If you're interested in having that conversation, the link for the stream is in the side chat. Cool. No, I'm an atheist. Yeah, I'm familiar with Darth. Wrecked him a number of times. Yeah. He's here in Discord. Oh, is it in one of the custom chats? He is back on politics. Oh, wow. Well, he would have to come up on stage, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to link the panel in his chat, because my live chat can't hear him if I go in his room. Because I'm not live streaming the Discord, I'm live streaming on my channel. The purpose of my room is to funnel people to my stream. Yeah, that's why. Well, I'm not. I mean, the way I have it set up, yeah. I mean, cool. Take it easy. That'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious if he actually came up on the stage.
That was a quick burst.
Yeah.
We had a third one in there. I didn't quite register the name before they blinked off.
I don't know how good faith it would be in Chick. I really don't. Let me go back to my room. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Well, he's got the stage. He's got the link. So let's see if he.
Who was it you're looking to lure in?
All right, I'm gonna pop back over to the review. Thank you, and Chick.
The distinction you make between natural and intentional suffering actually works against God's existence. Because if there's a God who controls everything, all suffering would be considered intentional.
Yes, that is correct.
Bad direction. This would be eliminating God's ability to influence only one kind of thing. You're limiting the power. Yeah.
Well,
all
suffering by its own by any metric. So whatever things can be classified as suffering, whether it's by the God, like that's the kind of fucked up thing. It's declared to be suffering by the agents within the system, but if the God arbitrarily doesn't declare it to be suffering, like if God literally said that the flood it was not suffering in any way, that would be highly problematic. So anything that we consider suffering would be intentional. I would say that's why I say the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by the God's own light. If the God itself is able to distinguishes between that which is good and that which is evil by its own subjective metric, by appealing to its own stances, then the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by its own lights entails that it wants those things to exist. Therefore, it cannot be an all good God, because it wants evil and suffering, or evil actions and outcomes, or suffering to this degree to exist. That's where I would go with that. But in this one, the notion is kind of correct. If there's a God who controls everything, then everything that happens is intentional. The circumstances that allow for logical possibility within that system are all intended. So it's not phrased. It's phrased like it's not phrased great, but I get what they're saying.
No, but it's far worse than that, though, because it doesn't actually address the suffering that's happening and God's ability to change that outcome. See, why the suffering's happening isn't important. It's God's lack of intervention. That's what's really on trial here, not the. Right. It's only suffering as being immorally imposed by another agent. That's where it's actually going with this. It's like, right. No. The point is that God's allowing the suffering. Period. Doesn't matter what the source is. So we're now attempting to limit the scope again.
How's it going, Rufus? We're currently live on YouTube. If you're interested in joining the chat, the link is in the side chat.
Lightning, earthquakes, and diseases are all under God's control, and he could prevent them but doesn't. Regarding is and should, your argument isn't logical. We can reach ethical principles by understanding the consequences of our actions and considering common human goals, like reducing suffering and increasing welfare.
Told ya.
Weak.
But he's still not this. He's saying that these things can be done, not making them as objective truths. Just saying that these are ways that they can be done. They can be grounded that way. Yeah. Not addressing the argument like it's like not hitting it like he should, but making a point. I noticed that a big issue on this is that when I remember how I said that going down the rabbit hole, they're kind of like responding to the latest thing and not to the thing in its totality. And the longer it goes on, the further away they get from the topic at hand.
This is kind of like conversational incest, and I'm starting to watch the genetic anomalies accumulate argument, and it's just like, but like. I didn't know I was living on the island of Dr. Moreau. How did we get here? We're getting
It's
mutants,
like when
okay?
we know the goal of chess, winning the game. We can understand which moves are good and which are bad.
Oh.
Your claim that ethics is unchangeable like mathematics contradicts religious history. Different religions, and even a single religion over time, have had different interpretations of ethics. This shows that religious ethics isn't fixed and changes with society.
That's actually good.
That was a good point.
Thing.
Not the way I would have gone with the chess analogy, but I was like, the minute they brought up the chess analogy, I was like, oh shit, bringing it up. The rules of chess are entirely subjective. The moves of the pieces are entirely subjective. It's all mind dependent. It's all invented. But if the goal is to win a game of chess, then you ought play by the rules of chess. The rules of chess become objectively true because the goal is to win a game of chess. If that is not the goal, then the rules of chess are whatever you want them to be. And they'll technically no, because chess is defined as a thing. So you're not even playing chess at that point. So the point is to play a game of chess and win. Therefore, you ought play by the rules because then you're winning a game of chess. And it's an analytic truth. So, but that's entirely subjective.
We're going to go back to the youth dilemma immediately, though, because of that, because we haven't defined what actual good is, and they've tried to do it circularly. So that's going to just backfire completely. But the finishing point was the only good part of that, really. That was actually good because it's the internal critique.
Let's see how the AI scores it.
When you say God
the
could
least
prevent
dog
all
shit.
natural disasters, you're imagining an unrealistic world.
What? No, it's not.
Hold on. I know
it says
all-powerful super being, talking donkeys, talking serpents, wizard staff / snake battles, The Walking Dead, and we're unrealistic. Fuck you. Oh, wow. You lost me at wizard snake battles. I'm sorry. I can't.
Oh, yeah, Leophilius, if Y leads to X and one desires X, then one ought do Y. That's normative, not strictly analytic. Yeah, I was just talking about chess in itself. The way chess is defined, like the game of chess, the way it's defined in the rules and the way the pieces move, so like that. That's so if the goal is to win a game of chess, then by the rules so that you are playing chess. So, but if you don't abide by those, then you're not technically playing chess. So if the goal is to play a game of chess, or the goal is to win a game of chess, then you ought play by those rules. Otherwise, you're not even playing chess to begin with. So,
no, I got Leophilius' point. No, he's getting on a linguistic technicality when that's a high level of precision. Yeah.
The laws of nature are essential for the world to function.
Says the guy who could violate it at any whim. And we're not being realistic.
Begging the question.
For instance, the same tectonic plate movements that cause earthquakes are necessary for forming mountains and maintaining Earth's atmosphere.
Because, well, forming mountains or whatever, but wait, are those necessary for the atmosphere?
Is anything necessary when God controls everything? What's
Is,
that about parting the Red Sea?
Is plate tectonics necessary for the atmosphere? That's something that PhD Tony might understand. No, plate tectonics are not necessary to have for a planet to have an atmosphere. Planets can retain thick gas envelopes powered by volcanic degassing and internal heat, even if their outer crust remains as one solid unbroken shell, known as a stagnant lid planet. Plate tectonics are critical for maintaining a state. Okay, so while not strictly required for an atmosphere to exist, plate tectonics are critical for maintaining a stable, life-friendly climate. The carbon cycle, the stagnant lid day. Without this balancing act, the planet's atmosphere can spiral out of control. For example, without shifting plates to regulate heat, a planet like Venus ended up with a crushing, suffocating carbon dioxide atmosphere. On Earth, plate tectonics have historically pushed continental crust upward, which weathers more efficiently and fuels nutrient cycles that let oxygen-producing life thrive. Okay, gotcha. Just so I understand that better now. Atmosphere or healthy life-supporting atmosphere. Good point. Maintaining Earth's atmosphere. I think it's baked in.
It's not the only thing that's baked.
And Earth's atmosphere is maintained by, you guessed it, Earth's gravity. It does play a vital role.
You know, Earth wouldn't be Earth without Earth.
That's true. And I see Ann Caligon is in the back. How's it going?
Oh yeah, hi. I just wanted to share a quick story talking about like all this like talking donkeys and stuff. My friend who's an ex Orthodox Christian priest, he told a story from wait, how it's called when people go to the priest like privately and they told
Confession?
their sins?
Confession?
Yeah. So when
Very Catholic thing.
it's Orthodox thing as well, like they have it as well. So there were a woman, like an old lady, who did a lot of confessions, and she was like a little bit mad how he thought. And one of the story that she told is that she has an invisible man visiting her every night. And when he asked her like how does she knows that invisible man visits her if he's invisible, she said that he sprinkles some white stuff in her soup every night when the soup is on the stove. And he thought like she's a crazy, like there is no way the invisible man gonna sprinkle something in a soup. But then he thought like, wait, how I am crazy for thinking this but not thinking that the like bushes can talk and donkeys can talk and like all this stuff in my book, but I think she's crazy because she thinks the invisible man is there. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, like how cognitive dissonance sometimes works in the minds of the believers. It's really weird.
Definitely.
One new one in other channel.
Oh. CCL, what's up? Currently doing a live stream right now on YouTube. So if you're a believer, we're talking to believers about what they believe and why. Link is in the side chat.
Says utilitarian and atheist.
I sent the link to Darth down there because I really want Darth to come over and talk so we can like own his ass. But he's too much of a fucking coward. I can't believe he came back to politics. TikTok must not be treated.
Darth. I think Darth is done. Like I don't see his channel anymore.
Chess example is interesting, but remember that humans created the rules of chess. In a world without God, who determines the purpose of life?
Humans.
And
humans do. We determine our purpose.
Remember, folks, a segue a day is worth two in the bush. Boy, that took a turn.
Why should reducing suffering be the goal?
Ultimately, because we would, like, by and large, because we want to survive and we want to alleviate suffering in ourselves because we don't want to suffer. It's not altruistic, sure, because that's not how empathy works. But, we empathize with others, and, by reducing suffering in others, we in turn reduce the suffering that we experience. So, and it helps to facilitate our long-term survival. Cooperation is the goal. Evolutionary game theory. This is not difficult.
Someone might say increasing power or personal pleasure is more important.
That's true. But those individuals are oftentimes, in the past, those individuals were oftentimes ostracized from society unless their accruing of power and personal pleasure facilitated the well-being of the entire group. But if they did it selfishly, they didn't last long.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, today we have rules that saying that we can't just do that to other people.
Yeah, this AI believer is so full precept because it just asked what the justification was for the goal. Well, never justifying theirs. They just definitionally made it God. They attempted to simply define it as such. There's no justification for the basis.
Leo says, what video are you reviewing, by the way? This is from the channel Clarified Mind, and they do AI debates. They generate AI debates. So this is an AI atheist versus an AI believer. They have a whole series of this shit. Like they even go so far as Nietzsche versus Aurelius and shit like that. So it's there. Does God exist? AI debate. Atheist versus believer is the one. And it's from Clarified Mind. That's the one we're reviewing.
About changing religious ethics, you're confusing human interpretations of moral principles with the principles themselves. It's like saying, because our understanding of physics has changed throughout history, the laws of physics have also changed.
That's if the laws of physics are descriptive and they become more accurate in what they are describing. So the laws of physics, as we understand them, are descriptive in nature, not prescriptive. So they're still operating from that presup notion that these things are prescriptive in nature, not descriptive in nature. Because we're not saying that the laws of physics are essentially changing. The laws of physics are what they are, and how we describe them becomes more accurate over time as we get more evidence, and we're able to test them and derive them more accurate, more accurately, or I would say more succinctly in that respect. But we need that's why we go through the process. So yeah, this is they're kind of talking past each other at this point.
Moral truths are constant. It's our understanding of them that evolves.
No, that was terrible. That's terrible.
About the necessity of natural laws? Look, an all-powerful God could create a world where these laws work without causing suffering.
True.
Why couldn't earthquakes only occur when nobody is in the area? Or why must cancer exist? About life's purpose, the absence of God actually makes us responsible for determining our own meaning and purpose in life.
Good
and
response.
Most humans, regardless of religion, conclude that reducing suffering and increasing happiness is a more logical goal. Even someone pursuing...
I guess I could see that. I don't like the way it was worded, but yeah, I could see that. As far as like logical, I mean,
I definitely don't like that
yeah,
phrasing.
I don't like the way it was phrased, but he didn't reference the goal in mind, but I could see that. The implication is that.
Why it's the goal.
Yeah, it's like why it's the more logical. Exactly.
I can understand the draw towards it.
Right.
There's a draw. It's not a justification. It's an explanation for how somebody may prioritize something and say, well,
yeah,
power and personal pleasure.
Jessica, is this scoring system using Mario Kart rules? I think it is.
Turtle shells everywhere.
It's just fucking blue shell. Blue shell. Hit him with the blue shell.
When thinking deeply, realizes that in a society full of suffering, they too cannot achieve their desires. Your comparison with physics isn't accurate either. We can discover the laws of physics through experimentation and observation. But how can we discover these fixed moral truths you're talking about?
That was a solid response. That hit several of them on the head. That was good, hitting those notes. It's got to be this should be scored over an 80.
I think that's the highest it's given so far.
I think that is the highest that they've scored so far. That was the best response so far from the non-believer.
You've asked a very good question about discovering moral truths. We can reach these truths through a combination of reason, moral intuition, and divine revelation.
What the?
It's like reasonable, unicorns.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Just like understanding reality requires not only our five senses, but also reason and logic.
Except when it doesn't, apparently. Except when you have to beg the question.
But let's return to the laws of nature. You say God could create a world where earthquakes only happen in uninhabited areas.
Yes, there's no logical contradiction there.
But this means God would have to constantly interfere with natural laws.
No, because it would establish the natural law as that's what takes place. That's what it was. The laws could be whatever it wants them to be. So,
or alternately, your problem is
so it has to constantly interfere with natural laws.
Fucking
so
do
what?
It would inconvenience God.
I'm so fucking tired, man. I'm having to interfere with these natural laws that I put in place all the time. Fuck, dude. Oh, I've only got so much energy in a day.
Do you have any idea? He's got pickleball today, okay? Come on. Life is fucking rough.
Oh, fuck, dude. Sorry, I can't interfere with the natural laws today. I got to give a child bone cancer. My bad. I'll get to it tomorrow. Oh, fuck.
I thought that was on Thursdays.
And then when God gets behind, then it has to rush, and that's when you get 100,000 dead in Indonesia. So
it's like a programmer constantly modifying their code.
Isn't that what programmers do? Any programmers in the chat want to point out that that's what programmers, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I understand programming, that's what they do. They constantly modify their code. Don't they do that? Or programmers programmers are gods. Or they may think they are. They may think they're. And Spam says, yep, we tweak. We tweak all the time. Andrew, he just went for a pack of smokes. I'm sure he'll be back anytime now. Gio says, sorry, not on the schedule.
Yeah.
The result would be an unstable and unreliable system.
Not if it didn't want it to be. It can literally just make it ever it wants. And just like, you know, none of these are outside the God's purview whatsoever.
About life's meaning.
God does miracles all the time, okay? There is no expectation of reliability. Your argument is null and void. You suck.
Spam says programmers are also not omnipotent or all-knowing. Tell them that.
The problem is that in a random, purposeless world, even that logical conclusion you mention is just an evolutionary illusion.
That is worded so weird.
There's a way it's not entirely wrong, but that's like describing, you know, it's like map and territory and going, yeah, it's just a map. And it's like, yeah, it's a map. It's pretty consistent, more than your story. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, 1 second. Where did my...
Yeah, that's actually that's self-defeating if you know what you're talking about.
Dang it. Come back here. Where did my channel, where did the voice channel go real quick? I lost it. Come back. I'm still connected. I know I am. There we go. Oh, did Darth block me? He blocked me. Either blocked me or he closed the room. Either. Wait. Can you still see his room?
I don't see who you're talking to.
Darth had a room open in politics.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you're. Is that rhetorical? Because
no, he had a room open in politics. Oh, okay. And he said he closed the room. Okay, there was nobody there because nobody wants to fucking talk to his dumbass. I'm kind of curious about myself. How big is the Atheist League going to be?
Why should we trust the conclusions of a brain that evolved only for survival?
Part of that survival is our empathy and our ability to alleviate suffering in others, and therefore alleviating in ourselves. Persistent happiness, health and happiness, it is a part of the group, does facilitate our survival. So that's why we trust it, because it improves our survival odds. No, that's scoring way too high. Way too high.
Your programming comparison is interesting, but a good programmer designs their system from the start so it doesn't need constant modification.
If the entity is perfect and all knowing and all powerful and said yes, then it wouldn't need to. It could design it one time because it would know how to do it all at once. I mean, the system is the way it wants it to be. So if the system is all fucked up, it's because it wanted the system to be fucked up.
Remember, doing a job right the first time is efficient. Doing the job right after 83 tries is job security.
That's true.
Powerful God could have written the laws of physics from the beginning in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary suffering. You say we shouldn't trust the conclusions of an evolved brain, but this argument refutes itself because
I'm going to see if he's going to go where I think he's going to go with this.
Belief in God is also a product of this brain. How can we trust our understanding of God and revelation when, according to you, we can't trust our brains?
Not bad.
That's the best we've heard so far. Possibly.
That is not bad. It's like yep. Well, if you're just evolved for survival, how can you even trust it? Your brain's evolved for survival. How can you trust it? You know, like that. And it puts it, that was good. And it puts it back on them. And the only way they're going to be able to respond to that is with a logical fallacy. That was solid. And I'm wondering if the
I'm
grading
expecting
AIs
the worst score yet.
Yeah.
This is going to be AI misses the point
About the combination
entirely.
of reason, intuition, and revelation, the problem is that different revelations say contradictory things. Which one should we believe? At least in science, we can reach agreement through experimentation and observation. But with revelation, everyone has their own claim, and there's no way to verify it.
That was solid.
That was all pretty damn solid.
That was pretty damn good. And
I'm waiting for it to completely miss the point. There's no way this can end well.
And yeah, Cord, there's 16 rounds to this. I mean, if we can get somebody up on stage, that would be fantastic. I'd love to have a believer to talk to come up and digress on this stuff. My invitation to that one dude on YouTube is still out there, to Robert Bola. They haven't shown up, even though they've seen the response. They're not in the live chat, which is a shame. But I figured, but this seemed like a good one, and I think we're having fun, like breaking it down. But hopefully, we can get someone up on the stage. That would be a lot of fun.
You've made a good point about contradictions between different revelations. But this problem exists in science too. Scientific theories sometimes contradict each other.
Hypotheses can, but theories no. So that's just outright, like, that's the second, like, well, no, that's just outright wrong. I mean, not when you've gotten to the theory level. No, that's not how science works. So you can have you can have you can have hypotheses that contradict one another, but once you get to the theory level, they don't. So not to that degree.
Tu quoque fallacy. That's all.
Also, yeah. Also, tu quoque.
So we haven't actually addressed the problem. We've just go, but you have it too. Thanks.
The solution is to find the best explanation using reason and experience.
Which is what science does to develop a theory.
That's what science can't. No, that's what science can do. That's what theirs can't. Because
that's what theirs can't do, which is the point. Yeah, which is the point the non-believer made. So this is just a tu quoque.
Scientist chooses the theory that provides the better.
Yeah.
No, the science doesn't just choose the theory that provides the better explanation. What
explanation from among different theories?
No, that's not the way that works at all.
you by the way, just is doing all the heavy lifting. Don't you know you can just do it, right? You just choose the good one. That's a mechanism.
Shit?
I love the just mechanism. It's my favorite.
We can also choose the most logical religion from among different religions.
How? The non-believer already pointed out that there's
unicorn.
The non-believer just pointed out that there's no mechanism by which you could do this. You just said logical. He said there's no logical way. You said, oh, yes, there is. So tu quoque and nuh-uh.
Regarding the initial design of the world, remember that we don't know if this world isn't the best possible state.
Appeal to mystery again.
Perhaps any change in the laws of...
No. Right now it's saying that child brain cancer is the best possible state.
That Nigeri fowlery, that the existence of Nigeri fowlery is the best possible state.
Guinea worms?
Yeah, brain-eating amoebas and shit like that.
Wow.
GeoSam, the AI broke science. it's the theory is whatever you want it to be. This fucking AI just advocated for flat Earth. Okay, it just advocated for flat Earth. Whatever theory just best fucking suits you. What this okay? And yes, whoever pointed it out. Where is Waldo? Oh, it's AI. It does apologetics about as well as theists do. That's true. The theory is the friends we infuriated along the way.
Oh.
PG Tony would be like breaking the screen at this moment.
Jesus.
These are Krakatoni moments. These are Krakatoni moments.
physics would have caused bigger problems. It's like telling an engineer why they didn't build a stronger bridge while not knowing that a stronger bridge might have caused other problems.
No, an engineer would know that. An engineer would know that because they take it into account. The God would know it, like, by its nature, it would know that. This makes no sense.
And about trusting our brains, there's an important difference. If God created us, we can be confident that our reasoning ability was designed to understand truth, not just for survival.
That doesn't respond to it, because if the goal is survival, then and recognizing truth facilitates our survival, then we can know that we evolved in order to do that, because organisms that can't have lower odds of surviving. This still goes into, so it's just said, yeah, but the God could be behind it. So it was a tu quoque, nuh-uh, and yeah, but yours could be true and God could still be behind it, which doesn't justify the
and we are in the best possible world.
An appeal to mystery. So how do we know that this is not the best possible world? Well,
apparently this best possible world also took several interventions of God along the way
to get there, right? Yeah.
But we can't have more, because more would be unperfect.
That was trash, and
perfect number of interventions.
That was trash and doesn't deserve anything. It doesn't deserve anything higher than a 60, but it's probably going to get like a fucking 90. 75. Dude, that was garbage.
Your comparison between scientific theories and religious revelations isn't accurate.
Okay.
Scientific theories are testable and falsifiable, but religious claims aren't. When a scientific theory doesn't match the evidence, scientists discard it. But when a religious belief doesn't match reality, it's usually justified, or they say, God's ways are mysterious.
Okay, looking good.
We're attacking mystery.
Your argument about the best possible world is also problematic. You say this might be the best state, but an all-powerful God could overcome any limitation. The bridge example isn't appropriate because an engineer has physical limitations, but God doesn't. And finally, your argument about trusting reason is circular. You say because God created our reason, it's trustworthy, but how do you know God created our reason? Because your reason tells you so? This argument goes in circles.
That was good. That was a solid response.
And now to watch the point being missed in real time,
and watch him get like that. Okay, I'll say this: the non-believers' responses are getting much better. Yes, Cord, the atheist AI seems pretty on point. The scoring, not so much. Agreed. And Caligonchic, but have you considered magic? Gemini 2 does not like the non-believer. It really doesn't. Gemini 2 is consistently scored them the lowest every time. But that was a solid one.
I am sensing like Zeno's paradox in the scoring here. I think we've hit the grade curve.
Right.
I'm lowering expectations now. I don't think we're breaking 80.
It's true that scientific theories are falsifiable, but many religious beliefs can be falsified too. For example, if it were proven that Jesus never existed, this would refute Christianity.
There's that, but you could also say that if it could be proven that the Jesus character existed but was not supernatural in nature, that would also do it. So you don't have to go to mythicism to do that. So,
or if it were proven that the Quran contains contradictions, this would reject its claim of divine origin. Regarding God's omnipotence, you're presenting an oversimplified concept. Omnipotence means the ability to do anything logically possible, not contradictory things. God can't both give us genuine free will and prevent all our bad choices. That's
genuine by whose metric? What is genuine to the God?
Irrelevant. Since when does preventing a flesh-eating bacteria from entering into our bodies change our free will?
Right. That's what I brought up earlier. They go to like it, like morally significant. Morally, the term I've heard is morally significant free will, which is just post hoc. It doesn't do anything because that what is it that constitutes what morally significant free will ought to be to a god? That's just humans trying to come up with a reason as to get around the logical contradiction. So no, this is post hoc. This is not. This is a post hoc rationalization to create a logical contradiction on the other person's behalf. So it fails.
It's contradictory. And about the circular argument, we discover God's existence through various ways. Personal experience.
Which you can't eliminate bias from.
Philosophical reasoning.
Which only gets you to logically valid arguments, not sound.
Historical evidence.
Which you can't validate, and you can only confirm that people believe these things and not that these things were true.
And the order in the universe.
Assuming telos, begging the question again.
Trusting our reason is just one of these paths, not the only way.
Just double down on the believer. Just double down on the logical fallacies they committed earlier. Gemini 2 scored that right. That was shit. That was terrible.
The problem is that the personal experiences you mention exist in all religions. A Hindu would say they've experienced Krishna. A Buddhist would say they've reached nirvana. These experiences can't all be true simultaneously. Regarding falsifiability, your examples aren't accurate. Even if it were proven Jesus didn't exist, many Christians would say faith in the spiritual meaning is more important than historical reality. Or if contradictions were found in sacred texts, they'd say we need to find the correct interpretation. And finally, the order in the universe? You talk about could be the product of natural processes. Darwin showed that even the most complex organisms can emerge without an intelligent designer. We no longer need to assume God's existence to explain the order in nature.
No. Order in nature?
Well, the
No.
order, like
that's life. No, that's life coming about because
Right.
of order, not the presence of what would be the word consistency. The consistency in the behavior of the universe. That
I lost the term. I lost the term.
I lost it as well. I'm like,
hang on a sec. Not identity over time. That things in the future will be like the past. Son of a bitch. What's the phrase?
I know it's like a normativity based term. Yeah, it's a. Damn it! It's a common one. We both lost it.
Darth uses it. Darth uses it all the time. It'll come to me.
We know what we're talking about. It's the regularity of the universe.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So they just had a conflation between that, the fact of regularity versus the fact that it can produce life. Separate things. Oh.
And yes, that was a half-assed response from the non-believer on that one.
And they're all getting like basically around 75. So frankly, this grading is like all the good stuff is getting the same grade as the bad.
Right. It's the grading is not.
This is
not
trash.
good. Yeah. Oh, DeepSeek loved that shit.
Evolution theory only explains how different species derive from each other. It can't explain why anything exists at all, or why the laws of physics are so finely tuned that life became possible.
This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things. The whole, like, of course, evolution doesn't explain those things because that's not the field of evolution. Those are other fields that handle that shit. And then why the universe is finely tuned implies intentionality, which is what the non-believer is not doing.
Oh.
So it's like why the universe is finely tuned that life became possible. That assumes that life is a goal and that the universe had to be made a certain way to facilitate the accomplishment of that goal. But that's not that's assuming telos. It's still begging the question because it's smuggling it into it. So go ahead.
And the last thing, that it actually could even be any other way.
That's right. Another good thing. Another good cosmological point that I've
Where's
heard
the dial?
that I heard it brought up on John Cohen's is like, how do you know that the universe could be any other way? What if this is the only way the universe can be from a physical standpoint? So there you go.
Regarding different spiritual experiences, I agree they can't all be true in the same sense. But this is like several people touching an elephant in the dark. Each understands part of the truth. The variety of spiritual experiences might represent different aspects of a transcendent truth.
It might. That's not an answer.
It still assumes there's a truth there at all. There's no there
Right.
there so far.
And about
We don't have it there.
falsifiability, it's true that some believers deny any evidence. But this problem exists in science too.
Not in intellectually honest science.
I want to see what
Logic is just how God's own mind works, so leaning on it isn't ranking something over him. It's reasoning the way a rational creator built us to reason. No, it assumes a metaphysical, or it assumes an ontology of about logic that you can't defend. That's ultimately begging the question. So, I don't understand that person, so I'm going to move on.
Some scientists cling to their theories despite contrary evidence. This is a weakness of humans, not a weakness of religion or science itself.
failure. Big failure there.
Big failure.
Yeah, that's nitpicking on individuals who count themselves as scientists, not the science as a process. Yeah. And not even providing the nut they're picking. So don't even give me a sample.
Your comparison of the elephant story and religious experiences is problematic. In this story, there's a real elephant that everyone is touching. But with religious claims, you first need to prove that there's actually something.
There's a there there. Good point.
Good point.
Top one. Watch it get completely lost.
How's it going, Truth? We're currently live on YouTube. If anybody's interested in joining the stage to have a conversation, the link is in the side chat. Looking for believers to talk about what they believe and why.
Regarding the fine-tuning of physical laws, there are two problems. First, we don't know how precise these settings really are. Perhaps life could form under very different conditions.
It could.
Second, even if these settings are precise, the multiverse theory could explain it.
Yeah, it could, but I wouldn't have gone off in that direction. I mean,
among infinite universes with different laws, we naturally exist in one where life is possible. And finally, it's true that some scientists cling to incorrect theories, but eventually the scientific community reaches consensus through evidence and experimentation. But in religion, there's no objective way to resolve disagreements.
Bringing up the point, like the problem of hermeneutics, stuff like that, that was good. But
hold on, did he say objective? I need to get the phrasing on that last sentence.
How precise these settings really are.
Okay.
Perhaps life could form under very different conditions. Second, even if these settings are precise, the multiverse theory could explain it.
Or that the better response would be that it's possible that this is the only way the universe could be. So it would be a better response.
Among infinite universes with different laws, we naturally exist in one where life is possible. And finally, it's true that some scientists cling to incorrect theories, but
yeah, if they're bad scientists.
Eventually, the scientific community reaches consensus through evidence and experimentation. But in religion, there's no objective way to resolve disagreements.
Freeze.
Okay.
But in religion, there's no objective, which implies the previous was objective. That's bad. That's bad phrasing. That's very sloppy.
Not good. And atheist explains why we observe a life-friendly universe, sure, but not why one exists to be observed. The selection filter needs a range of outcomes already there. Why one exists to be observed? There doesn't have to be a reason, but there doesn't have to be like an intention behind it. It exists because it exists. So we can say that something exists because nothing existing is not possible, as a strong inference by the fact that something does exist, the universe. So, but it doesn't mean that thing exists for a reason. Okay, so there's no There's no reason to assume that there is a reason for its existence. So I don't know why you would jump to that, especially when logic is understood to be descriptive, not prescriptive in nature.
And we've got a Discord person to check.
Zen, yeah, I talked to Zen.
Oh, okay, I missed seeing it then.
Yeah,
all clear. Best score yet?
The multiverse theory you brought up has serious problems itself. First, there's no way to test or prove it. Exactly the same criticism you make of religious beliefs.
Well, yeah, we're talking about logical possibility here. Is the whole point, not whether or not we can do it. If we can keep it in the philosophical area without having to go into the scientific.
Second, even if it's correct, it still can't explain why anything exists instead of nothing.
That's philosophy, and that's because nothing can't exist because there is something. It's a strong inference, is what it is.
Regarding the elephant comparison, you're confusing the premise with the conclusion. I'm not trying to prove God's existence with this example, but rather showing that the diversity of religious experiences doesn't necessarily mean they're all wrong.
Except when they're directly contradictory. So, which is the point that the non-believer made that they're simply skipping over. That there are points where they are completely contradictory, so only one of them can be right. They can't both be right. There may be some times when they could align. They're just different interpretations moving towards the same thing. But there are times when they also directly contradict one another. So then you have to decide there. But the non-believer AI already pointed out that there's no way to determine which one is true amongst those when they contradict each other.
We missed the last possibility. All of them are wrong.
Or all of them are wrong.
See, this thing tries to find a way to harmonize all of those things. It's like saying you're all looking at the same elephant, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, none of you are looking at anything. You're all sadly mistaken. Yeah, and we've definitely gone away. We've gone away from actually just defending the God thing at all.
Right.
Consensus. Don't forget that many of today's scientific truths were once rejected by the majority of the scientific community.
Nope.
Consensus isn't always a sign of truth. Sometimes a minority that has reached the truth must stand against the majority.
Trivially true. Doesn't say anything about the God.
It's true that multiverse theory isn't directly testable, but it has an important difference from religious claims. This theory follows from the physical laws we know, not from personal experiences or ancient texts. It's like when we solve Einstein's equations and arrive at black holes, even if we can't directly observe them. Regarding why is there something rather than nothing, this philosophical question exists for theism too. Why is there God instead of nothing? If you say God has always existed, we could say perhaps the universe, or multiverse, has always existed. And about scientific consensus, it's true that it's sometimes wrong. But the point is that science has a method to correct itself. Incorrect theories are discarded with new evidence. But religious beliefs typically don't change even with contrary evidence.
Good point. Pointing out the dogmatism, the dogmatic position of religious positions, and that was good. That was a decent response. Say, just covering the topics. They're just responding to the previous things. I wish they would kind of like get it back on track as to where we're supposed to be going with this. The question being, does a God exist? Yeah. Okay. 80.5. Yeah.
We broke it.
Succinct and to the point. That may be a thing on it, is that the more succinct the answer is to directly respond to each other. So.
About multiverses and physical equations. The point is that these equations only describe what exists, not why it exists. Even if we understand how a multiverse works, we still don't know why these equations and laws exist.
It's still assuming that they're prescriptive in nature, not that if they acknowledge that they're descriptive in nature, that wouldn't be a problem. So the problem exists. He's like, well, they don't explain why they're that way. Okay, but if you're talking about mechanistically, or if you're talking about they're intended to be that way for a reason, is the problem. So
ask why God exists instead of nothing. The difference is that God is by definition a necessary being, meaning he cannot not exist.
And we can say that he already addressed that, saying that we can say the universe is the necessary thing that exists, that the universe is the necessary being, and that the universe cannot not exist. So there you go.
It's like we can't ask why 2 + 2 = 4. But the material world could not exist or could be different. And about changing beliefs, religions have actually changed throughout history too. For instance, our understanding of sacred texts has deepened with scientific progress.
Yeah, the scientific progress has shown them to be full of shit. We understand them to not be accurate.
The difference is that in science, surface realities change. In religion, our understanding of deeper truths deepens.
The distinction without a difference. Only theories get more accurate because there's a mechanism to eliminate where they're to shore them up, to eliminate where they're wrong, or the ones that are just flatly wrong. Those don't exist for religions. They don't. They just dig deeper and deeper into their holes with more ad and post hoc rationalizations to get around the logical contradictions. Average Joe, Cool Atheist, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Not even close.
This claim that God is a necessary being is itself an unfounded assumption. It's just wordplay. You define God as necessary, then say, therefore, he must exist.
Ooh, atheist coming out strong. Defining it into existence, that is all you're doing. Nice move.
It's like if I defined a perfect dragon as a being that necessarily exists, so it must exist. Your comparison with 2 + 2 = 4 isn't accurate either. This is a logical truth that follows from the definition of numbers.
It's analytically true. Smart. Good. Yeah.
But God's existence is an existential claim about external reality. You can't prove the existence of something in the real world through definition and logic alone. And regarding changing religious understanding, this is exactly religion's weakness. When science proves something contrary to religious belief, believers interpret the sacred text to match science. This shows that the real source of our knowledge is science, not religion.
I don't like the way that was phrased at the end.
That ended poorly.
That's something. The way that's phrased is if you're deliberately trying to be antagonistic, is what that's being. It's like, haha, stick it to you. But I don't like that statements like that are what give religious-minded the idea of like scientism and shit like that, or like science is your new god. That's when they do that. And like I said, that was a trollish response. I would say if that were coming from a person, I would say, oh, now he's just trolling him. That's just say like, haha, science. You can't be. This is like, I get it. I don't like the way it was worded, but
No, it was bad. Very. Meh.
Your perfect dragon.
The last statement there was bad, but the previous points were
the previous
really
was
good. Yeah,
I know.
He didn't have to shore it up with the science will tell you is our source of knowledge. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to put the. It's like, oh, come on, dude. Really?
Oh, it's not just the attitude. The actual position was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An example is interesting, but it has a fundamental difference from the concept of God.
New joiner.
Hey, Zakaria. We're currently doing a live stream on YouTube, talking to believers about what they believe and why. If that's something that's interesting to you, we've got the link to the live chat is in the side chat.
God as the source of existence and first cause logically must be necessary, otherwise we reach an infinite regression. It's like the difference between real and imaginary numbers. Real numbers are necessary by their definition, but a dragon is a contingent being.
He didn't define it that way. He defined it as necessary. Now you're just redefining it. This is not a response. He defined the dragon as being necessary.
Regarding the interpretation of religion,
the atheist did what Planet Peterson does. The atheist I did with Spanky, the god-defeating penguin.
Just texts. This isn't necessarily a weakness. Science also
isn't necessarily a weakness, but not definitely. But not. It's not. Well, Not necessarily. I guess. It's hedging their shit.
Interprets old theories with new data. For example, when relativity came along, our understanding of time and space completely changed. This shows that truth is more complex than our initial understanding. And finally, science can't answer all our questions. For instance, it can't
yet, motherfucker, because science is a source of knowledge. What? Sorry, I should have done this. Because science is a source of knowledge.
I choose to read how the text is about to be read off as nothing more than Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Okay. Okay. Science can explain everything, but it can't explain why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. But
it can't tell us why we should live. Oh, yeah. Or what the meaning of life is. Right. That's not what that does. That's handled by philosophy. Okay. That's handled by something else entirely. Yes. Science doesn't answer metaphysical questions. Dirt.
Tell us why we should live ethically or what meaning life has. These questions are beyond the scope of science.
Because it's philosophy. Duh. That was a weak-ass response.
It's true that science can't directly answer questions of meaning and ethics, but it can help us better understand why we ask these questions.
Okay.
Scientific studies show that the search for meaning and ethics is part of human brain evolution. We don't need to assume a transcendent being put these questions in our minds. About the first cause and infinite regression, why can't God be part of this regression? If everything needs a cause, God must have a cause too. If you say God doesn't need a cause, why can't the universe or the laws of physics exist without a cause? And about changes in science and religion, there's an important difference. Change in science is based on new evidence, but change in religion is usually a reaction to external pressure. Science says, this new evidence shows we need to change our theory. Religion says, we need to interpret the sacred text in a way that matches science.
Decent points. Zachariah is here. Zachariah Chana. The Quran's unique composition style and its original Arabic makes the listener come to the conclusion of its divine origin. Feel free to go over this. No, it doesn't, because it doesn't for many people who read it. It's a book that is written by people who believed a certain thing, but its existence does not demonstrate the existence of the God it purports to claim exist, or it claims exists. That's not how that works. So you can claim it's of divine origin, but you can't prove that it is. Just like the same thing goes with the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, or any other holy text that's out there. So, or the Vedas or whatever. So no, the way it was written doesn't get you to a God.
And it looks like this is the one who joined over from Discord.
Yeah.
You're going to join up on the stage. There's a link at the bottom for StreamYard. Got evidence? Got an argument? It's the pinned comment from JL Warren, highlighted in yellow.
What is DeFreak? Why am I not seeing? Hang on a sec.
Yeah, I remember DeFreak coming on stage a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had conversations here.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a terrible response.
The point you raised about brain
No,
evolution and the
good.
search for meaning is a double-edged sword. If our brain is a product of evolution and designed only for survival, how can we trust our scientific and logical reasoning?
We're back on this point again?
Did we ever leave?
Perhaps belief in materialism is also just an evolutionary adaptation. Regarding the first cause, the problem is that the material world has the characteristics of a contingent being, like change, limitation, and dependence on time and space.
Sure, it could be. It could be brutally contingent.
But God, as a non-material being, doesn't have these limitations. This is like the difference between numbers and physical objects. The number 2 doesn't need a cause, but 2 apples do need a cause. And about change in religion, I agree that sometimes these changes were under external pressure. But this shows that religion can adapt itself to truth, not that it's completely wrong.
Basically, your assessment of religion is right. The believers just said to that your assessment of religion is correct, but that doesn't mean religion is wrong. So your assessment of how religion is weak is right, but it doesn't mean that religion is wrong. This is such weak sauce.
My post hoc rationalization is worth as much as your earnest discovery and concession.
Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Low score.
Okay, I swear this entire debate is like, this is like going to the multiple choice exam and just going C all the way down the line.
Right.
That's
the scoring is just garbage, but we're almost done. We're coming up, as you can see, we're almost to the last few points. So
your argument about trusting reason goes back to the same circular reasoning.
Thank you.
You say we can't trust an evolved brain, but you're using this same brain to argue about God's existence. In fact, our ability to discover scientific truths and build technology shows that our reason, even if a product of evolution, can reach truth. Your comparison of God with the number 2 is also problematic. Numbers are abstract concepts, not real beings. The number
or it was a silent concession on behalf of the believer, acknowledging that it is just an abstract concept that exists only in their mind.
2 has no cause because it doesn't have physical existence. It's just a concept we defined. But the God you're talking about is supposed to be a real being that affects the world. And about religion adapting to truth, this precisely shows that religion follows science, not guides us toward truth. If religion really came from the creator of the universe, it shouldn't need so many changes and reinterpretations.
That is a very, very astute observation, that if the God's intention was for human beings to understand these things implicitly, then it could definitely reveal these things in a way that they are absolutely understood. The confusion is evidence against that. It wouldn't technically be evidence against its existence, but against its efficacy as a creator and a conveyor of information or a conveyor of knowledge. So either the God is inept, or either the God doesn't exist, the God is inept, or the God is maliciously hiding stuff from us. So either way, it either doesn't exist, it's not all powerful, is a weak ass God, or it's a malicious, or it's or dystheism is the case. So.
You've raised a subtle point about religion being a follower, but perhaps this is part of the divine plan, that our
Appeal to mystery again.
understanding of truth gradually deepens. Just like a good teacher doesn't tell the student everything at once, but allows them to discover it themselves.
This is literally bypassing the point that that in their worldview, humans are the way that God made them. So if humans can only take in information in a specific way, like the teacher to the student, that's because the God has made humans to be that way. It didn't have to make humans to be that way. So this is not analogous. Whenever this is why it used to frustrate me so badly. You know, like I would just get so aggravated when we're talking about the God entity and they keep trying to analogize. They keep trying to they invoke human conditions or things that limit human beings as being analogous to the relationship God has to everything it's created. The same limitations don't apply. So like, because the teacher in this analogy did not create the student. That's the key. The teacher didn't create the student in order to limit the way they learn a specific way. God could create human beings to understand these things implicitly, and it wouldn't violate any free will. Just like in the Road to Damascus experience, God revealing itself directly, if you take that to be true, it's not. But God revealing itself directly to Saul did not violate Saul's free will. It gave it implicit, straightforward evidence of its own existence directly to the individual, and the individual then made a choice based upon that information. It didn't violate its free will. If God doesn't want to violate free will, it would know that that experience did not violate Saul's free will. So therefore, it could do it for everybody and yet chooses not to. So this doesn't go anywhere.
No, what we've done is we've just opened up franchising for post hoc rationalizations. we now have independently owned and operated post hoc rationalizations. Welcome to 20,000 new denominations and hermeneutical hell. This is fractal failure.
About the difference between abstract concepts and real beings,
or concrete would be a better term.
I agree they're different.
Of course. Concrete things stand in causal relation to other things. Abstract concepts do not.
But exactly this difference shows that God must be beyond matter.
Still, by your worldview, it still stands in concrete. It still stands in causal relation to other things. It stands in causal relation to everything that exists that is not itself. Therefore, it is a concrete thing by the lights of their own worldview.
It's not a fixed abstract.
Right.
If we're a material being, all the problems you mentioned would be correct. But God, like the laws of logic and mathematics, is both abstract and real.
It's both abstract and concrete?
Like my cup of 7. It's right over there. I'm telling you. It's the 7 is real.
So the
7 is real.
So the believer AI has now broken science and broken logic. It is both abstract and concrete. It is both in causal relation and not in causal relation to other things.
I did not have causal relations.
Oat milk, yes. This is two AIs, a believer and an atheist duking it out. And the believer is trash. They're neither one of them are really great. The non-believer AI has made some really salient points in response, but they both the non-believer AI could be better. The believer is one of the worst. So,
and about trusting reason, I'm not saying we can't trust reason. I'm saying that without God, we can't explain why our reason aligns with reality.
Yes, we can, because we are evolved to be that way, because organisms that cannot reason about their environment successfully tend to die off very quickly. So our ability to recognize ostensibly, which to a degree, and this refutes what Plantinga tried to refute this and he failed. The point is that evolution to a degree, because it facilitates the survival of organisms that in order to reproduce successfully, organisms need to be able to navigate their environment successfully in order to find food, to find resources, to survive, and to find mates, and so on and so forth. Organisms that can do that more successfully, recognizing mates, the truth of mates that they can breed with, food that they can eat, water that they can drink, shelter that they can use, and they won't die when they move in. These are all true statements. Will I survive? I was like, if I move in here, will I survive? Yes, I survive. It corresponds with reality. I survive by going into the cave. I can use that cave for shelter. Recognizing these and recognizing threats and when to run away from them, like type 1 and type 2 errors, false positives and false negatives. The whole point of this is that organisms evolve to survive. Okay, the fittest do survive. Part of that fitness is the ability to reconcile the reality or the environment they're in successfully by recognizing what is true about that reality. So, in a way, evolution does truth track because it facilitates the survival of organisms that can recognize that. So there you go. That's how evolution explains that. Truth to that degree, not truth about metaphysical shit like beyond that, like abstract thinking like that. Truth about external reality. That's the whole point.
This alignment itself is a sign of intelligent design.
No, it's not. And Gemini was right to give that a 59. That was a shit score. But DeepSeek, what the fuck are you doing? Grading on a curve. Big curve.
C, baby. All the way.
The teacher and student example can't be a good justification for changes in religion.
Okay, category error.
A good teacher never gives incorrect information to their student that later needs correction. But sacred texts are full of incorrect scientific claims that later need to be interpreted.
Okay, kind of going down the route that I was going, but in a different way. Okay. That if the god wanted the information to be, to be had perfectly, it would have made its organisms to understand it. It would have given it in a way that they could absolutely understand it. I get it. Different way.
About God being both abstract and real, this is a
This
contradiction.
is a blatant contradiction.
Mathematical laws merely describe logical relationships, not real beings. You can't say God is abstract like mathematical laws and also say he can intervene in the world and answer prayers.
And stand in causal relation to shit. Yeah, it's a... What the fuck?
And about the alignment of reason with reality, this is exactly what evolution explains. Beings that didn't have a correct understanding of reality couldn't survive and reproduce. We are the product of millions of years of natural selection that has aligned our brain with reality.
Prepare for downgrading.
Boom.
I know. This should get a great score. Okay, let's see. It feels to me like, because we broke 80 before.
You did.
I'll bet my money's on. Do I even want to give it 78? 77.
You're going to give it 77?
A high 77. 77.9. Why not?
Given these scores, I'm going to give it a 70. I'm going to give it a 79.
Now, this is what we're guessing they're going to judge.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm going to give it. I'm going to say. I'm guessing it's going to give it a 79. I'm going to 79.
70. I'm going just below 78.
Just below 78. Okay,
yeah,
so like
77.9.
Okay, so I'm going to say it's going to be. I'm going to give it in the 79. 79. It's not going to be higher than an 80, but it's going to be somewhere in the 79. Boom,
Damn.
motherfucker!
Damn.
Your evolutionary explanation for the alignment of reason and reality isn't complete. Natural
Okay, because it tells them about external reality, not about metaphysical concepts, which is understood. Sure, but we don't need those. We don't really need to break down those metaphysical concepts to survive. Okay, just to find food, find shelter, find water, to procreate. Metaphysical concepts are irrelevant to succeeding in those tasks, which is what evolution is concerned with. So,
how many more truths is it going to be talking about?
I know.
How is any claim about external reality not something that can have lethal consequence?
Plants evolved. Pretty sure they don't process metaphysical concepts. Thank you. Well, the pot of petunias did. Come on, tell me you know that reference. Come on.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I think I missed
the pot of the. Okay, so Spam said plants evolved. Pretty sure they don't process metaphysical concepts. And I said, but the pot of petunias did.
That's not Little Shop of Horror reference, is it?
No, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The whale in the pot of petunias falling through the sky. The whale was like, "Oh, what's this? What's going on? I see all these things. Oh, what do you?" It started naming shit and be like, "Oh, what's that? What's that down there? Oh, it's coming up really close. I think what is it called? I don't know. I think I'll call it ground. Hi, ground. Do you want to be friends? Splat." Whereas the pot of petunia said, "Oh no, not again." The pot of petunias did.
I have not read that in a lifetime.
Thank you, Robert Badia. Oh no, not again.
Selection can only explain why we can understand things necessary for survival.
Right.
But why can we understand abstract concepts like advanced mathematics or philosophy?
That's a result of how our brains have developed. That's just simply a result of our capacity for complex reasoning. Thank you. The fusion of that chromosome. I can't remember which one it is, but the development of our temporal lobes. Congratulations.
These abilities weren't essential for our survival. About the contradiction between being abstract and real, this isn't a contradiction.
Yeah, it's not a question about being essential for survival. It'll still have a selection bias.
It does. Yeah, it does have a selection bias.
We'd have been good enough, but we're better because of. So
it's a selection. Those who were intelligent, it became a sexual selection pressure, is what it is. So those who could.
Helpful, sure.
Help, right? They're peacock feathers.
It'll select. It will select it.
They're peacock feathers. You know, like at one time, in our past, that's why we got there. Now we're going towards idiocracy, where people who are too smart are like they make other people feel bad, and so now apparently the world's going dumber.
And a peacock's feathers form a perfect bullseye for the tiger stalking it.
I'm a peacock, Captain. You got to let me fly.
God can be beyond matter, but interact with the material world, just like our mind, which is non-material, can affect our physical body.
So it's not in acknowledging the contradiction. You can't say it's both abstract and concrete at the same time. You can't do that. It's a contradiction. If it stands in causal relation to shit, it's fucking concrete. Done.
And
now
regarding scientific...
Yeah, it also implies the mind is an abstract.
Right. It's like it's pushing it over. I want to.
And now we've got dualism and an interaction problem.
I want to punch this believer AI in the face. I really do. I want to punch it in its digital face.
Errors in sacred texts, we must consider that the purpose of these texts was spiritual guidance, not scientific education.
Why?
Why would we do rescue for 1,000, Alex?
Why would we do this?
Is that about due to new evidence, we will reinterpret our texts so that they still work and we never have to abandon them?
We never have to abandon them. I reminded of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when when Dell and Steve Martin's character, I can't remember his name, but they're driving in the car and they were switching seats. So Dell started driving, but Dell was in the passenger seat at first, and he was like fucking with the seat, like trying to adjust. If I don't adjust the seat right, I'll snore. Okay, so he's like screwing with the seat all over the place. And then when they swap seats, Steve Martin's in it is like, and the seat's broken. He's like, you broke it. Okay, it doesn't work like this. And so he's like, why would you do this?
If these texts had been written in today's precise scientific language, they would have been incomprehensible to their original audience.
Only because the God didn't make the humans in a way that they could understand it. Okay? That's on your God. Stop nerfing your God. Well, no. Please, keep nerfing your God to try and convince people it exists.
And
please do that.
And it just sold the farm because apparently it just declared that today is actually the perfect time for us to get the perfect text.
Right.
Not that we're the next failure point. They just said that this would do it.
It's fucked up.
This is bad. Oh, new joiner. I've seen that name before.
Yeah. It's a freak, so I just muted him. That was a terrible DeepSeek. What the hell are you doing? DeepSeek is given a 90 like to all of them. This is just awful.
One more new one. Elliot?
Currently doing a live stream on YouTube. So, but people, if they do what? Yeah, I'm doing. Well, I'm currently doing a live stream on YouTube on my channel. The purpose of this room is to funnel people to that if they'd like to have a conversation, if they're believers, they want to talk about what they believe and why. Okay. Cool. Okay. That was a terrible
Your
response.
claim about the non-materiality of the mind is an interesting but incorrect example.
Well, currently I'm live on YouTube, so I've got the live chat to deal with, and we're doing a review until we get someone up on stage. So, cool. Appreciate it, Elliot.
Science has shown that the mind is a product of brain activity.
Right.
When the brain is damaged, the mind is also damaged. This shows that the mind is not separate from matter. Regarding abstract abilities like mathematics, these capabilities are byproducts of our complex brain evolution. A brain that evolved to solve survival problems can develop these abilities as a secondary function, just like wings first evolved for temperature regulation and were later used for flight. And about sacred texts, if they really came from the creator of the universe, they could have expressed scientific truths in simple language. For example, instead of saying the earth is flat, they could have said the earth is round.
Or one of my favorites, when in the Bible, when Joshua asked, was it Joshua? Yeah, asked for more time in the battle. So he asked God to stop the sun in the sky, because at that time they didn't understand why the sun moves. The sun moves because the earth rotates. So if God had actually stopped, the sun from moving to create that effect, God would have stopped the rotation of the planet, which obviously every human being on the planet would have realized that at the time, and it would have been in all their histories. When all of a sudden the planet stopped rotating, okay? Or if it stopped the sun in the sky just magically, just like made it appear that way, well, then other people would have recognized that because it's kind of the fucking sun. But nobody else reported that happening. So very, very silly.
You can't stop. You have to slow down first.
We're going too fast. We have to slow down first. Bullshit.
Do it now.
My brains are going into my feet. We can't stop. We have to slow down. Fucking ludicrous speed. I just like that.
Definitely the best Star Wars film.
Definitely. How's it going, Stroke Father? We're currently live on YouTube. Please feel free to join the stream if you want to talk about what you believe and why. The link is in the side chat.
This wouldn't have required complex scientific language.
It wouldn't have. The God could have easily done it. Either communicated these things in ways that they understood, as far as simplistically, or made them so that they could understand them implicitly. It's not hard. It's not beyond the God's capability. Good response. Yeah, that's a decent score. You said to comb the desert, so we're combing it. Have you found anything? Nothing yet, sir. Have you found anything? Nothing yet, sir.
Shit.
And have you found anything? We ain't found shit. Why were they using the Afro pick? Why were they using the? Because it was comb.
Racism.
Because subtle racism. Yes, we ain't found shit. Tim Russ. I saw a video of Tim Russ where he's like the extent of his filmography, his time playing Tuvok, all of the magnificent moments he's had, and the great experiences he's had. And the one thing he's predominantly known for, we ain't found shit. That is it was funny because he was doing the video while he was working a Zen garden. Like he was doing the little shovel thing. He was like, and he can sum up his entire career, his entire 40, almost 40-year career with we ain't found shit.
The evolution of mental capabilities has an important difference from the evolution of wings. Wings show a gradual change from one physical function to another physical function. But the gap between simple physical understanding and understanding abstract concepts like mathematics and philosophy is much larger.
Okay, from one end of the spectrum to the other and ignoring all the places in between. These things it wasn't like we went from just basic survival to mathematics. That's not the way that happened. These things were gradual over time. They developed piecemeal as they built upon each other. So it's not like it was like we're figuring out how to make fire, and then all of a sudden the next generation knew calculus. Okay, that's not how, or developed the laws of logic. That's not how that came about. It's ignoring all the observations, all the testing, and everything that built up onto this, and the progressive, or what? Damn it, I've heard the phrase before. When it's talking about generational knowledge, is what that took. One generation building upon the knowledge derived from the prior generation being passed down, which is one of the awesome things that human beings can do is pass knowledge down to the next generation, and they build upon that, which is where these came from. So this gap doesn't exist, not like the believer AI is trying to present it.
Yeah, it's conflating
Regarding
social
the
evolution with biological.
Right. Yeah.
Relationship between brain and mind, it's true that brain damage affects the mind, but this doesn't necessarily show that the mind is the same as the brain.
Not in an absolute sense, and the believer AI is correct in pointing out, because I don't like the way the non-believer AI presented that as being that it does show a one-to-one correlation and a one-to-one causative. Like, we can test these things. So there appears to be a one-to-one correlation and a one-to-one causative effect, or causative relation and a correlative relationship, but it's not an absolute thing. It's not a solution. So I agree. It doesn't like show it absolutely, but there's no reason to think that it's otherwise, because there's sufficient evidence to show that the mind is an emergent property of the brain itself. So it's semantics, but I think it could have been worded better.
It's like how antenna damage affects television quality, but this doesn't mean the television image is the antenna. And about sacred texts, imagine if God had said the earth is round.
And
people of that time who only saw the flat surface of the earth would probably have rejected this statement.
So God told them a false thing because he made them too stupid to recognize what was real. How about he tells them that the earth is round and how they can determine it themselves, even though they can't physically see it from just standing there looking at the earth, like looking at the ground. They can't figure it out from there. So why not just tell them how they can do it mathematically? Why not? This is so dumb.
And ignored the entire spiritual message of the text. Sometimes even simple truth needs an appropriate cultural context.
No, they don't. Not when they're talking about external reality.
Yeah. So apparently no other culture had appropriate context. And God figured this is the best possible world where we had to go through all those iterations to get to. Are we even there now? Is that a concession that now is good enough?
We're looking at now.
But when will then be now?
Soon. We're looking at now, sir. What's happening now is happening now. Well, what happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. When will then be now? Soon. DeepSeek just grading high. DeepSeek is like just so generous, and Gemini 2 is not generous at all. Gemini 2 is grading these things accurately. DeepSeek is not grading them at all. Like, everyone gets an A. Yay.
Oh.
In this debate, both sides scored high on their argumentation, with the atheist side having a slight edge. Keep in mind that the content of this debate, and consequently the scores, depended on the initial prompt and the evaluation criteria. The goal was to see how two large language models debate with each other, and in the process, perhaps we as humans could learn something from this discussion.
Or perhaps these things could learn from us.
Yeah, I got a takeaway. As soon as we go back to how the whole thing started, because this was a whole pile of stop learning from JL. It allowed it to meander and drag the conversation through every little turn it could.
In my defense, I recognized what was happening. I recognized it and said that we shouldn't be doing that.
I got that reference. I understood that reference.
So I caught it, and I recognized that it shouldn't be happening. Yay me! I can learn from my mistakes. I am Tony Stark.
Glaciers do move.
Every new iteration, I come up with a new set of armor that solves the problems of the last movie.
I hope that was the case. Subscribe here for more videos.
So that was it.
Yeah, we sit on practically equal footing. the takeaway. So our initial point was basically off the trilemma for suffering. So we started on suffering, and we're down to like 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah.
It went off. It kind of went off the rails there. There were some moments when the non-believer AI was trying to keep the conversation on track, but like halfway through, just kind of like well, okay, I guess we're just well off of that. So we'll just start responding to each other's immediate points. Obviously, yeah, I would say the non-believer AI had some far better moments, but the scoring system was completely jacked. I would say that the disparity in the scores, or I would say like the different scores did not reflect the quality of what was being said. In my opinion, the non-believer AI had far greater hits and responses than the believer did, and made far less logical errors. On the non-believer side, it was more about linguistic flubs and not conveying things as I would say as accurately or intellectually honestly as it could have. And the believer was just chock full of logical fallacies across the board. So, and of course, I think the grading was the big screw up on that one. But nonetheless, is exactly none of that shit I haven't heard before. There was nothing new in that.
Well, keeping in mind, of course, this is AI, so it's iterating through things we no doubt have already heard.
Right, exactly.
And it's doing it on a popularity basis, one would figure. So that does not sound at all out of the realm of expectation for me. I do like the initial flavor we got, which is a nice mashup of Turek and Bruggencate. That little
Saitan Bruggencate, yeah.
Yeah. Its pre-sup taste, that aftertaste, it had it was like just that close to trademark infringement on brain fizz. It was like that close to the phrasing, but the exact point was there. So, yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to connect. I'm going to have to link that video so that that we reviewed it.
So that the AI know that it's bad.
Yeah.
And it should feel bad.
And it should feel bad. Well, 30 away from 15K. Hopefully, eventually I'll get there. I keep hovering around in between 25 and 30, which makes me sad. But I do have a new video about to drop. I'm about finished editing it, so I'm really happy about that. I didn't go on camera for this next one. I wanted to get it done. So let me copy that and go to, this was from Clarified Mind. Boom, and we'll link the video and save that. Good times. Good times. And back to this. All right. Well, we're literally at pretty much at the 5-hour mark. Unfortunately, haven't had anybody on stage, which is a shame, despite the fact that we had a decent audience. We got a decent audience pretty much the entire stream, but haven't had anybody with the stones to come up on stage and talk about what they believe and why. So we got to have somebody bringing something up if they believe that a God exists and why they think it does. I'd love to be able to have that conversation. And a lot of keyboard warriors that came into the Discord. Come on. And of course, the dude did not come over. He hasn't been. Oh, I want him so bad. Hopefully, maybe I can get him on Sunday. Oh, wait, no, he replied. Let me see here. I'm working tonight, getting ready. What subject would you like to discuss? Maybe we can schedule a topic you're interested in. Oh, okay. I'm open to any topic, really. Primarily, I have some questions that I think are pertinent. Yes, we can hear you. So currently doing a live. Oh well, they left, so they were just trolls. Bummer. Nothing but trolls.
Yeah.
Which sucks. God, what happened to the days when I could get Grace up here, or some other individuals? How fucked is it that
No. I'm still becoming a larger and larger proponent for the reclassification of nostalgia as a mental disorder.
I know, right?
Distance makes the heart grow fungus.
Oh, well, we did a decent review. That was a fun video. So thank you to Juggernaut Jared Reed for recommending that. That was a decent reviewed video. I will have my next video coming out as soon as I get done editing it. I hate to call it just 5 hours, because I still got the energy to keep going, but we haven't gotten anybody on the stage. Where are all the believers? Kind of hoping that we get one. And I appreciate, I do want to say a huge giant thank you to all of the amazing super chats that have come through. You guys rock. And so the spam says I almost missed Grace also. So that's support for the fungus hypothesis. So I need to, I appreciate all the, got somebody there. Devnol, how's it going?
Listed as agnostic and evolutionist.
I'm currently doing a live stream on YouTube talking to believers about what they believe and why, and various other topics. So I'm using this voice chat to kind of funnel people to my live stream, and hoping that we can get somebody up on stage. Stage fright.
Oh yeah, that one though is a non-believer, though. So that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, and Sedona's the only one entertaining us with their with their silliness. So nothing there. Weeping Angel Gamer, good to see you. Beliefs are still evolving. I get that. Yeah, Sundays are typically the bigger nights, although last Sunday wasn't very good either. Last Sunday we didn't get anybody on. So trying to get people on the stage is what is the stat? I think once I start releasing content, that may help. Once I like regular created content instead of just doing the live streams. So I need to get in the habit. I need to get back into the schedule of doing both the live streams and doing created content and dropping that. Hopefully that will work. Hopefully that'll help. But unfortunately, no one coming around. It seems kind of dead. I don't want to hold people here if the stream is just kind of drag because we just got done doing the review. So I will say this: I want to thank everybody for being here, all of the channel members and all of the super chats and all of the and the new members as well. I love seeing those milestone chats when those come through. See how long people have been subscribed. But if you are interested, we do have somebody in the Discord. How's it going, chicken? Currently doing a live stream on YouTube, talking to believers about what they believe and why, and various other topics. So if people are interested in coming up on stage and talking with us, the link is in the side chat. Well, yeah, currently it's all being done live on YouTube, so there's nothing really happening here on Discord. I'm just using it to kind of like funnel people over to my YouTube. Yeah, just use the link in the live chat. Oh, in the side chat right there, yeah. So, yeah, big, huge thanks to everybody. And like I said, if it's your first time here, if it's your first time here at the Stage of Reason, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned down there in the side chat. And I do this twice a week, Sundays and Wednesdays. And hopefully we can start getting some people on stage. It used to pop off, but now it's kind of like it kind of like slowed. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my scheduling. Maybe I need to change days. Maybe another day is better. Thursdays, maybe if I move it to that, maybe that would work. I don't know. Maybe we can play with it, or maybe just add a third day. I honestly have no idea.
Seasonality alone. I suspect a good bit of seasonality alone. Longer days in summer in North America, that is more challenging.
Possibly, it just could be the nature of the beast. Once I start dropping content more regularly, I'm hoping to see a change. I really am. I don't know how it's going to play out, but I think I just need to start dropping content more instead of just doing straight live streams, which I've been doing a bunch of. I'm hoping that will help. So I'm just going to get back to doing that. But anyhow, I do appreciate everybody being here, and I don't want to hold anybody any longer. The stream is starting to drag, so I know people got things to do, and that's pretty much it. So hopefully we'll have a better turnout in people who want to come up on stage on the Sunday stream, unless I decide to go live again before that, which I doubt. But because my weekends I like to spend with my wife. So look for new content coming soon. Hit the like button or the dislike button if you didn't like it. Definitely drop a comment, because those really help to drive us in the algorithm. So those things are really, really helpful. And of course, if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button, so you don't miss anything. Be sure to hit that bell. Andrew, you got anything for us?
Nope. Same as always. I don't have any channels or resources of my own to plug. So just here to enjoy the conversations and share the company.
Cool. And of course, we'll see if the not having the new music from I love the stuff that Earl did for us, but there is some issues going on with the copywritten stuff. So I'm going to see how that winds up. See if I wind up using it, or see if we can make some edits to it so I don't get notifications and shit. So, but again, appreciate everybody being here. I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. We hope to see you on the next one. And as always, be safe. Be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.
Watch out.